11. Okay, we will go ahead and unrecess our meeting for our second day of our workshop. And before we get started, I would like to give a huge thank you to the three people behind me, for Jared for bringing the technology to the room and forever supporting us when things don't go right, and to Jamie and Darlene for basically making these 2 days happen completely, including researching topics for us, helping with agenda, food, all the logistics. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
You make it so easy for us. We just show up. So really appreciate it. I know.
Okay.
So with that, we are going to, our first item of business is, well, it's titled board business, but what we're really going to be doing is looking at our meeting agenda structure, how we do breaks, where we put breaks, if we put breaks in, what time we want our meetings to begin. We talked yesterday a little bit about potentially moving to one regular meeting a month and doing a special meeting with diving deeper into topics on the other scheduled meeting. And then we want to talk about board updates, where we want that to fall in the meeting. And really, to me, the question that I want to answer is the purpose of board updates, so that we're all on the same page. We've really never had that discussion. We just kind of throw it out there. We're going to look at our liaisons, our school liaisons, and talk about if we want to make any changes there. And then also talk about whether we want to have committees, which many other boards do. And we do have some committees, but they're not particularly active. And whether we want to have some that are more separate. So with that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we get into the business, first I just want to recap yesterday a little bit and just say I thought it was very good discussions. I really appreciate the teamwork. I debriefed with Pete Gorman last night on his part, and he also felt a very good vibe with our board, very positively. I really like how we got a more in depth on the strategic plan. I think it's important. And we discussed some topics that can not only benefit our kids, but benefit our community. So overall, I thought it was a really good discussion leading into today, because what Chairwoman Mason said as we get to the, now the business of the board meeting and, how it goes up there, how it flows. I think we did a really good job last year of keeping cadence of time, but just, we have to continue working how we get back on a break and how it looks. So that'll be a good discussion today. And then we're going to get into our break at 9:30, the board annual meeting plan. We're going to talk about what you want to see and hear. Then the break, and then the capital levy update, which is a very rich and robust discussion today. And then we'll have a roundtable, same thing during lunch, and then we will adjourn after that. And again, I just want to ditto with your thoughts. Chairman Mason, I thank the team behind me. They do every day. They do it every day. They do it with a smile. You've never seen them not smiling about the world. So appreciate it. So
Because they have a mask.
and then
You see their eyes smile.
That's right.
Good people, very good people. So I'll turn it over now to our chair as we'll lead this discussion, and we'll continue our facilitator. Coach Andrew will be here soon. And we're looking forward to this morning today.
Okay. I did not look yet to see if we have, we don't have it loaded. I was curious.
It's on the screen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yep, that's what I was looking for.
It is on your screen, but it's in the references. It's actually 1140.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Which number is it?
1440P.
Thank you. Okay, so
you've got a list of topics on that one bullet. What order do you want to go through those topics?
well, that's a good question.
That,
what do you think? Do you have a recommendation? I would like Andrew to be here for some of that.
Okay.
If we're talking about school liaisons and,
I was thinking just the first bullet. Was the thing that I
oh,
was-
board meeting agenda structure, breaks and start
Yeah,
time.
those are 3 different topics.
Okay, so, let's talk about, start time, and in that, how that might impact either the regular meeting structure, or if we want to consider doing one regular meeting to take care of the business and another to dive deeper, like 2 hours of diving into maybe 2 different topics each month, rather than, because when it, to me, and I'll share, I think the disadvantage of putting topics into our regular meetings that we want updates on is they are much shorter. Because we want to, our goal is to make the meeting about 2 hours. And sometimes things come up and it just takes longer. And, as we look at our meeting agenda throughout the year, our topics for our meetings, we need to do maybe a better job of balancing those out so we don't get these meetings that are super long and then meetings that go really fast. But the question is what are your thoughts on 2 regular meetings a month like we're doing currently, or 1 regular meeting a month and a special meeting to dive deeper into topics and have our discussion?
So here's an add-on question, though, because we don't have just 2 regular meetings, we also have 2 regular meetings and 1 to 3 special board meetings, so it would be 1 regular board meeting and 3 to 4 special board meetings.
Potentially, or, we meet as much as we want to meet. So if we want to meet every Tuesday and dive into a topic, that's our choice. If we want to say, let's do 1 regular meeting on a Tuesday and then 2 weeks later, a special meeting that kind of covers more topics.
But I think it's an add-on special meeting, it's not, because we still have other special
We
meetings.
still have.
Right.
So it's not, it doesn't take away from those other special meetings. So we'd really be decreasing our regular meetings to 1 and changing all other discussions to special meetings.
Yeah, it seems like this was the first year we had so many special meetings, and it was because.
Oh, no, this was not the first.
No.
So it just, so you guys normally
We had
have like.
COVID topic meetings.
Yeah,
but
they
yes.
seem,
Yeah.
seem
50
very
to
COVID.
60 total meetings every
No,
year.
we had less meetings this year probably than when I was first on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think to be more strategic about what our special meetings are about, right? Because it feels like at the beginning of the year, we know the data dump that staff would like us to have, that we would like to have. And then basically it's like putting together a puzzle, right? Saying,
Yeah.
okay, we're gonna devote 2 hours, like staff gets 2 hours on this second, because I like the idea of having 1 regular, 1 special to dive deeper, but to Tracy's point, if it's gonna be like every, because I also think there's optics, right? Looking from a public point of view, looking like we're not having regular meetings, right? Because people are gonna say, well, why'd you move everything? Even though there's nothing nefarious about it, but I think we should be cognizant of that, and if we're gonna just have 3 special meetings, 1 regular, if that's what it turns out to be.
So, another thought to complicate things or add another idea out there is you have 2 regular meetings a month, but you do a special meeting, or you start the regular meeting at 4 and you do a study session. So it'd be and then you do take care of your business, and you don't have all the updates and things like that in your regular as much. So you're basically taking the 2 hours, so if you had 1 regular meeting and then a special meeting that was like 2 hours of diving deeper, you would essentially take those 2 hours and put them ahead of the regular
But
meetings.
then you've got a 3.5-hour evening instead of a.
No, what you're doing is reducing the amount in so you wouldn't have these, as many or as long updates in your regular meeting.
I don't love the idea of making it earlier, because that was my big, I just think for our district, again, we were kind of an outlier at the time. Like most districts have much more accommodating times for the public to come to the meetings or view it. So I think anything before 5 feels like it's disrespectful to working families.
Although I would argue that is changing, because now, we record almost all our special meetings when we have the technology like this. And more people joined via Zoom than ever came to a
And
school
public
board
comment
meeting.
on Zoom.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
and I agree, but I still think
Yeah.
that people still, I mean, even if it's virtual work, starting a meeting at 4:30 still cuts into somebody's virtual day potentially versus a 5 o'clock meeting feels at least respectful of the fact that we are an add-on to the day, not breaking into someone's day, so I think moving anything to 4 might feel. And also too, to you guys point out, people coming on school boards and running for school boards, that pretty much tells any person, parent, right, like, that you're not
Yeah.
able to run for school board because.
I was a working parent and I ran for school, so.
Yeah, and I get it, but you also had a job that wasn't.
When I started this, I was pharmacy director. So,
And I get,
So I don't say it stops, please.
well, it can absolutely, I mean,
It can be a hindrance,
It
but
can
it's
be-
not a stop.
it can be an hindrance. I don't have, most schools don't have, the education credentials and so on and so forth, but a lot of folks have 9-to-5 jobs that they can't change. And so as a result of having a 9-to-5 job, it would be a stop for those people. I know maybe there are only a few people who have 9-to-5 jobs.
You mean to run for school board?
Yes,
no,
because you.
Yeah,
would
I
not
think
be
if you
able
have
to-
a 9-to-5 job with absolutely no flexibility, that's not a good fit for
Yeah,
school
Well,
board.
but a school board starts at 4:30, but I've sat on boards like that because they start at 6 and they start at 6:30, and it was absolutely a good fit for people like that. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that to me, that it's stopping people before we.
But I'm gonna counter that though. My job started, when I was started this, I worked from 7 to 5 except for school board meetings. If my school board meeting didn't start until 6 and went until 9 or 6, because it was still 2.5 hours, that means I'm not getting home until 10, and I have to be back at the hospital at 7.
And I hear you.
So that's where I think that I had to go to my boss, say and I've been appointed to the school director position. Actually, I think I was at Everett at the time, so I was a staff person. On Tuesdays, 2 Tuesdays a month, I need to leave work at 4 o'clock. That was an agreement I had with my boss, and, in order to run.
And that's,
Okay,
okay, I
so-
think that's
But
great.
anyway, that's off
That's
topic,
it,
but
completely off
that's
topic.
why I just
Yeah,
don't like the
I
generalization
think you wanna get
stuff.
focused on, the structure of study session and meeting, so that's.
I do like the idea that the meetings are at a set day and time. The reason being is that we all have very busy lives, and we have other things that we are engaged in too, as well as work. And sometimes a lot of your community involvement things are also in the evening too. And some fall on Tuesdays. I managed to, do it the opposite Tuesday for certain things, or the opposite Wednesday or whatever, or the opposite Thursday for some of our Thursday meetings. But it's good, I think, to have a set time that throughout the year, we know that the second and fourth are regular meetings or whatever they are, and that our special meetings are always on a certain date. That way we can plan around them.
Well, special meetings cover a broad range of activities, as you know, so conferences, graduations, community outreach, things like that. We just can't always plan those on Tuesdays,
I think study sessions.
but we can plan study sessions.
But what I'm saying is, yes, I agree. But let's make sure that we set a day and time that allows for it to be scheduled properly, because we do have busy lives.
But we do that already.
Yeah, we do.
So what is your
Sometimes what I'm
suggestion?
thinking is, when we start taking away from, have one meeting, and like Tracy said, we're going to have like 3 or 4 special meetings instead. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because,
I just talked to my aunts.
okay. It's going to happen. Having 2 meetings, and even if we have the 2 meetings, do the business first. We can adjourn the meeting and then have a special study meeting. We could do that. I do like the fact that it's always been that second and fourth, so,
And we can keep that.
and that's fine.
Yeah.
I like the scheduled dates.
But, when we go through later today, or this morning, actually, the annual meeting plan, we'll set those out and we'll have dates on the calendar
We'll have a calendar.
when we walk out of here today, like every year. So you'll know when all our meetings are, way in advance. I mean, we've always done that.
What about a way for those special study sessions like he talked about yesterday? If we did look at what are all the big buckets and then the small buckets, and what needs to be every year, and then what could we do every other, what could we do every third, you know, unless something came up,
Right,
but so that we don't have to have 50, because we don't have special ed every year. You know, we don't have to have math every, you know, yes, we might have to have math every year. But, you know, like, there are some things that it seems like we have every year,
right, and we'll talk about
so I
that
think
when we get there.
that'll take
Yeah.
away some
Yeah,
of our
that's
special
gonna get
meetings
there
too.
when we plan the calendar.
Yeah. The question right now is really what structure do we want to plug those
Yeah.
big and small pieces
I like
into?
having the alternate days, like, I wouldn't like coming in for a special and then having the business, because I don't mind right now the little nuggets, but I feel like the deeper dives, I need my full brain, versus half of a brain because it's the end of the meeting, or that I'm not present for the meeting because I used all my brain. I know that there's ultimate capacity there, but, it is, I like how we do it now with alternate days. Special
Right,
meetings are an
yeah.
alternate day from a regular board meeting day.
I like that.
The only thing that happens on a regular board meeting day is an executive or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree with
I like
that.
that,
I
I
would
like that
agree with
structure.
her.
I don't wanna change that.
And I think you have to land too on if you're gonna start at 5 or 4:30.
Yeah.
Right, that's
If
a
I-
basic land, 5,
Yeah.
5 o'clock.
Five for the board meeting, I don't think matters, because if it's short, we tend to have snacks or something, but the special meetings, because they are recorded now and they can be live, and when they weren't, we didn't have anybody at them anyway, unless it was for some reason. I would really like to see those at 4:30, because they're 2 hours, and I don't think we need a break, nor do we need meals, but 5 to 7, my husband has eaten on his own, which means I'm eating on my own, and so I'm just being really selfish. I don't get dinner, a healthy dinner when we meet 5 to 7. And so it's just, and I can't eat at 4, because I'm driving at 4:30, so it's just sort of board members and staff members healthy eating if we have meetings right at the dinner time.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree with
I
that.
disagree.
I mean, to me, it's just you accommodate it the way, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
any other meeting, it's 2 hours, you know, or 2.5 hours. I think as adults, we can go without a snack or a meal for 2.5 hours. And what I mean, you know, eating on your own maybe is not desirable, but it's part of being a director and when we meet.
It's just sort of, yeah, when we used to do it 4:30, we did 4:30 to 6:30, and it was just sort of, it just flowed a lot better for my evening. For, you know, board meetings and special meetings, but special
Yeah.
meetings especially, just at 4:30 or 6:30, it just sort of flows better in the evening.
Well, I think we keep it at 5 to be respectful for community.
What is your preference on start time? Or what are your?
We've already started 5. I kind of like the fact that, you know, if we're going to allow more people, and I know more people are zooming in now because of it, but whatever is best to accommodate the staff, because their day starts at 7, or some of them starts at 7 o'clock. And we're going to be having a 2-hour meeting. We start at 5. Can they go to 7? Fine. If they can't, that's great. It's 1 day or 2 days a month. I don't know what they do as far as comp time afterwards, and, you know, the following day, but I don't want to impact that.
Well, it's interesting because, you know, the considerations we need to give, you know, personal schedules, you know, amongst the directors, and, you know, Tracy has pointed out, staff schedules and the fact that they start very early, but, you know, our constituents, you know, are actually the biggest piece of board meetings in terms of why we conduct our business in an open public meeting. And so to me, that takes precedence, personally.
And I agree, and our staff, and I think I've said this before, they're well-paid, well-compensated professionals in every district that they would go to, meets in a similar, like, I equated it to being an NFL player. If you don't want to play on Sundays, then being an NFL player is probably not the role. And so I want to respect their time as much as we absolutely possibly can, but I also want to respect their role, that this is a role that any district has night meetings, and ours is super amazing that we get out by 7 and by, you know, not till 9, and like again, a lot of our neighboring districts start at 6 and 6:30 for their public meetings, and which pretty much puts you out till 9. And so if staff were to look at a neighboring district or a colleague somewhere else, those colleagues are leaving far later than they are on those similar nights. So I think we've done, to me, I think we've done an outstanding job.
I can tell you the staff would choose 4:30 in a heartbeat, or 4 o'clock if they could.
I'm sure they would, yeah, I'm sure.
I know
But again,
that.
to your point about constituents,
Yeah.
it's, I mean, the folks.
And it's,
in-
I think to April's point that, I agree with that, and I want to be considerate of their time, but, it is kind of part of the job.
It is, we are
That are boars.
a very good district to work for, because we are amazing leaders, and, just, it's great. I'm proud that we compensate our staff and our teachers so.
I could do 5 or I could do 4:30. Either or.
That's fine.
5,
So we'll keep it at
Gotten used
5.
to 5, I've gotten used to 5 now. When I was used to 4:30, I said, well, gosh, I don't want to start any later. And we kind of got used to 5.
The consensus, 5 o'clock?
And I think that's, but I don't know if we got to decreasing a regular meeting down to 1
Right.
with special meetings.
We
I don't know
haven't.
if we settled there. I personally think we only by law have to have 1 per month. And there is, business that has to happen at those. To me, the special board meeting, some of that business, the updates and things, I think help the community see stuff so that it can flow nicely for them, so that there's not 50 meetings they have to attend, and where did that, that if we can go through a strategic plan update, we could do a math curriculum adoption. I guess things we had to vote on would have to be at the
Yeah.
regular meeting. So we'd have to think about what are the things, but also so that the community can see really the business. That it's not just us learning about special ed, it's that, no, we're actually presenting special ed to the community. This is our program, these are our pitfalls, these are our strengths, and so there's a difference in presenting to the community and us learning. So the community knows our business and the business of the district versus us learning the district. Or learning how to do our business differently.
That's a good point. And when we look at districts across the country, okay, let's across the country. So let's say you have, first of all, you don't have to have 4 meetings a month. I want you just to know, you don't have to have 4 a month. So you have a business meeting, but you have to have the public sees that this information. And then you have what we call a workshop or study session where you're learning the work. Now that you're on the Zoom world, they're learning the work with you, the public. Gives you interaction time too. Right? It gives you the time to talk, and the public sees you interacting and talking. And then maybe that third one is, that counter out thing, is it a workshop again, or is it a business meeting? But there's a lot of things you can workshop, what we call a workshop. We're going over the panoramic survey. That's not a business meeting, that's a workshop, especially in COVID. You see it, like, okay, or you're learning the math curriculum, or you're getting to the strategic plan. So your personality and your work is still great work and it hasn't changed, but it's changed in the sense of collaboration at the table. People see you collaborate more. So I think you have to think about that format. You have to have 1 every Tuesday, that's special.
Are there any limitations in only having 1 regular meeting a month in terms of like approving contracts or the personnel report or things that would hold business up if we had to wait, like, say, another 2 weeks to get it onto an agenda?
I haven't seen it, but I don't want to, is there a law? I don't want to miss anything.
All the vouchers that we
Okay.
sign on,
The law is 1
Tuesdays.
meeting a
Yeah.
month.
Yeah, I haven't
That's,
seen it.
the fact that we've spaced it over 2, would we hold up anything getting paid or anything put out?
Or personnel approvals or
Pretty
anything.
sure we wouldn't be holding up getting paid, because we'd definitely be having 2 meetings a month. That would be a non-starter.
No, we do that in December, February, April, July, and August.
Mhm.
Even business of the district still manages.
Of course, it's to fear.
But
Okay.
like we will see, because it's been such a long time, it's gonna be a really full consent agenda Tuesday, you know,
Yeah.
next
Right, you're
Tuesday.
gonna-
So,
Well,
Yeah.
but a full consent agenda just means a little more
That's
time on the front
homework.
end
That's
of getting,
homework. That's
you know,
homework.
reviewing it prior to the meeting.
but I will say we might wanna be cognizant, and I just kind of something that was in everyone's comments, just of that perception, because even though we know we can take care of our business in one regular meeting, going from 2 to 1 might feel like we're getting less transparent, you know, like all of a sudden we're back from COVID, they weren't just masks, they weren't vaccinated, or, you know, now they're only gonna meet once a month, where we know, actually we're still meeting, you know, like just as much, if not more.
That is a very true
But
statement.
that regular meeting, that triggers something in my head as a parent, right? Like if I look at the schedule, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna show up to that meeting to, you know, say something. Oh, now they've cut down on their regular meeting times, and so I don't have, even if it's not true, it might feel like.
Because it becomes the exception, it would become the rule instead of the
Yeah,
exception.
and so maybe, what I'm thinking is maybe this year we be mindful of structure and timing and special meetings, but maybe not go down to just one regular meeting. Like still have on the calendar 2 regular meetings, but maybe being a little more conscious of the structure or something. I just don't know what that'll.
Well, and also to your point of the structure, and because we're coming out of the pandemic, you know, I know that we asked for more routine COVID updates, reopening updates, because when we did the hybrid, but that was 50% of the kids coming back. We're looking at 100% of the kids coming back. You know, what do these numbers look like? What are we doing for remediate? What does virtual look like? Are we having much? What is this first set of us? We're gonna have a lot of business of the district that's not a study session to keep the community updated on how we're reopening.
And then this is one of the reasons why perhaps now is not a good time to go to
To her point, yeah.
reducing to one meeting because of the fact we are coming back to school 100% in person. I think we should probably table this idea to change it till next year. You still want our community and our parents especially to be able to voice an opinion at a regular meeting. If you have just one and they can't come in and say, oh my gosh, Johnny missed the bus and then he couldn't get to his lunch in time and then you cut out and I had to hold this for a whole month to tell you. I mean,
Well, I think
Whatever.
that's true. Any mask questions, vaccine questions, remediation questions, virtual questions, it would still give the public a voice to have.
To actually come and, you know, and again, just that perception.
We didn't take it away.
Right.
Not taking it
Well, that's a good point. You know, you're gonna get a lot of questions in September and October, and we don't wanna hold anybody back. We're gonna flood the information to our public anyway, so we do go to, we have fact sheets, just like we did, you know, the COVID one, not to the end, we're also gonna listen to it by region, our first month. But I think that's a great point, because there's gonna be a lot of questions in September, in October, and the public should see that you're having these meetings. I think the point too that we brought up briefly is this, the efficiency of the meetings, okay? The chair did an amazing job keeping those meetings on time, okay? And for the public wants a 2.5 hour meeting max. Understand that the public does not want you to go to 8:30, 9 o'clock. It looks like the board's inefficient when you go longer, and staff looks inefficient when you go longer. So I think, you know, one is the formatting of what we're going to do for the 2 meetings and the workshops, but also efficient. And then you as a board pick the topics that you want, which you're going to hear in about an hour, the calendar and so forth. But efficiency is the key.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want
I think to your point too, that as we look at the items, you know, the bigger chunks that we want to really dive into, that we make sure those are in a workshop or a study session, and not squeezed into a regular meeting where we don't have a lot of time to talk, and we want to be efficient for the public. So things like, you know, 45-minute update should not be happening in our regular board meeting. It should be 20 minutes on this, 20 minutes on that. And so we can be kind of, as we plan our schedule.
Unless it requires so, i.e. if it's a 45, which I hope it never is a 45-minute update on reopening or outbreaks in the district, you know?
Yeah. No, things come up,
But,
and
you
we
know,
need to remain flexible.
We need to be, but
But
I'm not just saying that.
But we can pre-plan for what we do know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or if our priorities are on literacy and they're on math adoptions or whatever, those are things that the public probably would like to see. And if it happens to be 45 minutes, which it should never be 45 minutes, then it should be in that meeting.
Yeah, good point. I think the responsible is we have to update the public on the strategic plan as reports will come out. I don't think we ever need a 45-minute or 30-minute on summer school, like we need correspondence.
Well,
You know,
the-
it was free and here's what the numbers,
Yeah.
you know?
I wonder about the strategic plan this year, like, because there have been years past where the strategic plan updates were an hour, because they were, when it was new strategic plan, and now we've got a new strategic plan again. We could workshop really, because we're still trying to figure out what are these KPIs and what are the terms that-
KPOs.
Thank you. What are the SOPs gonna look like for the school improvement plans? Those would go on a workshop, I think, but at the board meeting could be a sort of 15-minute update. This is the activities we've been up to. This is sort of our thing, so that the public can see the strategic plan updates, but we've workshopped to get into the meat and
Well, I can
potatoes.
assure you
Yeah.
that the presentations for chief plan will be very different than you've ever heard prior. So they'll be extremely concrete, very different. The KPOs, SOPs, it's gonna be measuring sticks and how we measure and what we're doing.
Okay, and
It'll be a
how-
whole different flow. You'll see.
Okay, so I'm hearing 5 o'clock start, 2 regular meetings, and then potentially like 1 study session a month where we really dive into topics. And that could be like 2 topics if we want it to be 2 hours, or depending on, and we can decide that as
And the
we
teaching,
look at the topics
right, and
themselves.
the teaching and learning team will be here later and really collaborate with you.
And then, so can we pull back up the structure? That was helpful to look at. So in terms of how our meetings flow, how do you guys feel about that?
I like our discussion last night yesterday about moving our board comment to the end, because there have been several meetings where I've written down notes that are appropriate to present, but if at the end, if I had time to just have final thoughts.
I would like to propose an idea that we keep, I like board comments where they are. And one of the reasons is we used to have them at the end of the meetings.
Yeah.
And granted, the meetings were much longer, but it was the last thing that people wanted to sit around and hear directors talking
Okay.
about going to the science fair at such and such elementary
Yeah,
at, late in the evening. People are hungry, they want to get home to their families. And so it always felt like a sort of an afterthought, whereas where they're kind of in the front of the meeting or at the beginning of the meeting, I feel like it really gives us an opportunity to speak about what the work we've been doing. But, to your point, I was thinking about that yesterday is, what are the ways that we could, hi Andrew, what are the ways that we could incorporate, something like that? And so a couple things. One, it could be as a presentation is happening, you could, at the end of it, ask for additional information, or, whatever it is, like we talked about, sort of,
Wonderings, it's like.
wonderings,
Yeah.
or, can I get more information, in the Friday
Yeah.
report or in our next presentation, or as a follow-up email about blah, blah, blah. If you think about it later, because that happens, you're reflecting on the discussion, I can always, before I adjourn, I can always say, are there any additional thoughts before we adjourn tonight?
90%
that
of the
would-
time, you're probably gonna know.
Right, but if someone did have an aha moment or wanted to share something out before, regarding something that they missed, that would be an opportunity.
So I like that idea, because I was having the same thought, because I love the idea of the after comments, with I think all of us are in that same boat, like we want to make comments, but I also like the thought of, because during the presentation, it's more, for me, it's more questions, right? So, do you have more information? I like the idea of at the end of the meeting, having those thoughts, right? Like that, I'd love to see fussing on the schedule. I hadn't thought of it, because it's not really a question for staff. It's not like I want you to take action and come out to the podium and give me an answer. It's more like, just, hey, and so I think if you gave us that opportunity by saying, directors, do you have any final thoughts? Because I would say now knowing that, I probably will always have final thoughts, and not to take up space, but just because there's always those things I have in my notebook that I'd love to get out so the public knows as a director, like, yeah, I had a thought from that, right? Just like they might have online or in person, and so we can just get it out. But again, because it's a final thought, it's not staff coming up having to answer.
It's not a discussion.
And it's not a discussion, right? It's it's like, yep, this made me think of this, this, and this, and staff later might say, oh, Director Berg, we could definitely get this on the agenda, or here's whatever. That's all offline, but it's just a thought.
If I could just add one thing, great points. So when I had my debrief with Pete Dorman, one thing that we talked, because one of my capstone projects in 2015 was to study school boards. It was one of his school boards I studied in Charlotte. Okay. Just be careful with that thought process, because at the end, if you go on for 20 minutes and you go on for 20 minutes and you go on for 20 minutes, and that's what happened. Then it became this great idea, an aha and a thought process. That extra hour, they lost the public not attending the meetings anymore. So I like the format that you have now, and I like the recommendation that Caroline made about giving that final aha thought. And as long as it doesn't go on, you have to really cadence it.
Time for 5 minutes.
You got to cadence that, because
All of us.
Yeah.
then you don't want to extend your meeting because you chose to extend the meeting.
Exactly.
That makes sense?
Yeah, no, I think if it got time for 5 minutes, and so it's 90% of the time it's not, and April always is, she has her 4. But Andrew, sorry, I don't know if you've heard the conversation.
Yeah, so I was gonna bring Andrew up to date real quick, unless you.
No, go ahead.
We had discussed some things that we sort of settled on. We talked about start time, and we decided that 5 o'clock is probably where we are, to keep that, given that people have work days, and even if they're joining Zoom, they still have work hours. And so, and then the other one was, we had talked about maybe doing one regular meeting and doing a study session on the other Tuesday, and decided that during this time of ever-changing information, and we want to be more accessible to the public, and we're going to retain those 2 meetings a month, regular meetings a month, so that we can, there's just so many updates happening frequently right now that are timely, and we feel like it would be important to do that twice a month rather than once a month. And then now we're talking about the order of business in our regular meeting, and we're talking about board comments being left where they are and at the end of the meeting, and I'm hearing maybe leaving them where they are, and then as board chair, asking for any final reflections of the meeting before we adjourn.
I think it's fair. I think probably what I would end up doing for the last thing is just saying, if there's something I might want to follow up on, just saying like, oh, Mike, I'm going to send you an email about X, Y, Z for more information. Or
Yes,
and if
it's
you
not
can
a second
Discussion.
it's not a second director comment period.
Right.
It's really, and most of the time, it might just be a no,
Right.
nothing. It's more if you have that need, not you need to say something because it's there.
Some reason.
Any other thoughts about order of business?
I have a question. So so if we have to actually vote on something, like math adoption, that comes into new business?
Yes, or if it's, it can be new business or unfinished business, if it's something that we previously discussed, but we need to now make
I'm
it.
wondering sometimes the curriculum adoptions to me are the meatiest things. Some of those things we have to vote on resolution. They're the things I really need to focus on versus updates. And so I wonder if there's a way, if there is something I need to actually make action on, if it can be closer to the top. So like if it is new business, if it can be closer to the top, unless there's just some sort of standard of of like industry standard, like board standard that new goes last.
Do you,
It's not secret.
does unfinished business have to pursue new business?
No, but typically it's what's left over. So you finish that up and then
We gotta finish it up before we get to this.
Yeah, we want, I guess, in strategic progress monitoring, if we want student data at every meeting, that's where that would go. So if we talk students first, it would go before we talked, after we got done with all the easy, the stuff that has a lot of steps that doesn't take a whole lot of time, always. And then, I just wonder if this information discussion can go after, like if it's strategic progress monitoring, so we get student data first, then new business, because it's something we have to, or unfinished new, and then information sort of comes last. I don't know, it's just sort of, sometimes I just feel like the meatier stuff comes later.
I will say, your point's well taken, but if I might just add,
Yeah.
the format's really good, because if you look at the flow, right?
Flow,
You know, because that's how you got some, even just student recognitions, I've seen districts do them at the end, which is crazy, it just doesn't flow, so I think
I think
the
this
flow
one
of it's nice, because you're gonna go from the superintendent's report to your comments, which is a flow, public comments right after your comments, which is really solid. The consent agenda, so I think you should probably monitor information, unfinished, and new business, it flows, because you can't go to new if you have unfinished business.
Okay.
Okay, so, that is a good solid foundation, because think about how you're flowing up there, and how you're presenting.
Well, a lot of the new business is policy updates, which
Oh, those are nice to have at the end.
I was about to say.
Yes.
Poor Larry, but.
The other thing is, once you guys get to this part where you start looking at the annual agenda plan, you'll find that we've taken all of the strategic monitoring items, just globally, they'll talk about this later today. But they've taken all of those strategic progress monitoring reports that were scattered throughout the year, and they put them together in study sessions. So you're gonna have hardly any, if you look through this, you'll see there's hardly any strategic progress monitoring. The only strategic progress monitoring you have is the superintendent's evaluation, which is a closed session anyway.
So so on that agenda, then where would student data go? So if we had student at every meeting, student information at every meeting. If it's not strategic progress monitoring.
It's going to fall under what would be information discussion, because they're just routine reports.
Okay.
It's not statistically part of the strategic monitoring piece, it's just a report and update.
You're gonna get a crisper version when they come in, and we've used that document completion. It's gonna make your life easier, and the public's gonna love it. It's not gonna be overload, it's gonna be stuff that everybody can really embark on.
I want to ask a question about recognitions to my colleagues and how you feel about the recognitions we do, and do we want to put any structure around it, like the first Tuesday of every month we have one, and then we don't on the second one, or we make sure we have one every single meeting, and if we did that, do we want to put like maybe a time limit on it, because sometimes they get kind of big and like, that we've had 20-minute recognitions and we're like an hour into our meeting and we have conducted no business other than adopted the agenda. Recognitions are my favorite part of the meeting. I love bringing students and staff, and music and performance into the boardroom. I think it's super awesome. So I just throw it out there in terms of, it is one thing that can grow sometimes and create a longer meeting. And then, the question is, are we getting the right people in, we used to do even like some community, like a teacher that got community recognition versus recognition within the school system or things like that.
I think a lot of those recognitions are timely at certain times of the year, like when you have the prodigies of peace with, all the kids that have, done their artwork or their poems or or their compositions. It's usually the first part of the year when it's freezing cold. And, then, teacher of the year is at this time of year, or right beginning of the year, because, from the previous school year, you get a lot of them. So I kind of think and then graduation time, you have the kids that do all of the robotics things, and they won awards here, there, and everywhere. So they're kind of timely, they're kind of spaced out, and we haven't done them such that it's been every meeting in the month. We have done, like, if we've given recognitions, we try to do some type of, the orchestra come in at the other times. So I think if we continue to try and schedule them such that you have at least one a month is good.
I like that.
Not every two,
Not every meeting.
Well,
not every meeting.
And I think if it's every meeting, it's because to your point, it's timely, but it's not frequent. And so it's like, those are sort of one-offs, but to the other point too, some of those projects those can be tightened, I think.
Well, when we started bringing the kids into
Yeah.
the boardroom, we had like 12 of them, and now we have like 50
Yeah,
of
so I
them. And
think
so
that,
yes.
that's one that the time has gotten
Yeah.
away on, we're 20 minutes into
And I want to recognize
announcing
the
names,
iReady
which is,
kids, but it's like,
yeah.
if we could have a few iReady at this meeting, a few more at this meeting, so it's not 30 that are all being introduced in pictures with their families, which is lovely, but if it could be spread out instead of like 30 minutes. Personally, when music can get back in full and theater can get back in full, when we had Everett High at our board meeting with their, oh my gosh, I would love that every time a school did a play. It takes up time, but it's advertising, and now that we're live streaming, it's advertising.
It is.
And it was but that's rare.
The other thing I would mention is that vice results from this baseball, right? I think if nothing else, it would be nice to recognize who we're recognizing, at least in a brief description, and say, oh yeah, this week, Dr. Saltzman gave the game ball to the food services department for their development. I think that would be a nice way, because we do recognitions, but we don't do a lot of recognitions of stuff. We maybe do a little bit more.
Yeah.
Good.
I agree. I think, I kind of agree with what everybody says, but I think, I like the idea, especially for some of the ones that are more, like pre-packaged, like saying, look, the recognition time is 10 minutes, right? And letting them figure it out, figure out how to get everybody in iReady in the 10-minute slot, figure out how, whatever that time is, because sometimes what I've seen teachers do, being creative with the video montages, right? So the parents and all the kids can come, but they can put together a tight 10 or a tight 8 video that gives us a really good view of all the kiddos, and then they're
have
all
them
there.
sit in the boardroom if they invite them to come in.
Yeah, and they can just knock it out on video.
But it's the principal after principal after principal,
Yeah.
which is lovely for the kids and the families to see.
But it's
But
not
if
as
you-
tight
But
and
if you give them the
efficient.
parameters, it's up to them to figure it out. Maybe they do in person, maybe they do a video, whatever, but they have to figure it out.
The pride of the parents is outstanding.
Yes, but then to your point, being, if you're a parent, right, like when that can come back, I think that there are gonna be exceptions. Like there are gonna be times when you say, okay, this is gonna be a 15-minute presentation because it's, Everett High doing whatever, so.
So what I'm hearing, and I'm gonna share back with you, is we love recognitions, we all do, it's the best part of the meeting. We wanna see in between 10, 15 max if it's truly a special occasion. And we don't wanna see a 25-minute recognition squeezed into 10, because that's never any fun for anyone. And that we wanna try and have one a month. 2 is okay if it's timely and efficient.
But to his point, if they say, we can't do 10, like then let's just do 2 meetings, right? Like we'll do iReady, Club A and iReady Club B, and then we have 2 10-minute chunks, and we can,
For the longer ones, let's say it's something like an orchestra performance, or a play or something like that. If we didn't have anything under information discussion, we would be okay to put it into that time slot instead of.
I would say the only reason why we wouldn't do that is the families like to show up at the beginning of the meeting when we're all gathering, and then we quickly go through, the other items which are very quick, and then we do the recognition, and then they typically go home because they have homework or they want to go have dinner.
But to the orchestra point though, what's been fun, some of our meetings, they serenade us as we're coming in. Then in recognition, they play one song because
Yes.
they've been playing.
The whole
In
time.
recognition,
Yeah,
they
so
play
when
one song and then they
the
get to
music
stand up.
comes in and they set up, and we make an announcement ahead of time that they will be there and, ask directors to come 15
Yeah.
minutes early if they
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, and that's sort of nice, so it's not 15 minutes in the meeting.
Yeah.
It's 5 minutes in the meeting, let's play a song so it's live streaming.
Yeah.
And then introduce everybody, recognize the director, and then that's a tight 5.
Yeah, and that's a good idea, actually.
That's a very good
Because that
idea.
could even be done for theater, right? Like, we could
Yeah.
say that
Yeah.
the theater's gonna perform
In the lobby.
15 minutes in the lobby.
And
15
it would
minutes
be good to know,
before. Yeah.
well, you can always see when you look at the agenda ahead of time, what's the recognition? And when there's a lot of families and kids that are coming to the boardroom to show up 15 minutes early and wander and greet people is also.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that sometimes with orchestra kids, their families aren't there.
Yeah.
They're driven themselves, the band kids, some of the families.
Yeah,
might
but they're
be
often
there.
high school kids, so it's
Yeah, the
still
high
fun
school
to
kids,
chit
but
chat with
it's
them.
those little kids, those need to stay on time. It's
Yeah.
the high school,
The
even the,
one ones.
yeah. Or if we are middle school couple orchestra members, maybe there is some family conflict there, but
Okay.
we can work with the schools.
It sounds like, I think we have some agreement on that, and so I'm gonna move us along. We are a little over time, but when I looked at the amount that we're discussing in this chunk, I realized we probably would go over, and it's important discussions to have. Let's see, so so we've gone over start times, breaks, and meeting practices.
Is it like, so I just wanted to, because and it might not be now, but the consent agenda, I just had a question / comment about that, but
Yeah.
whenever that's.
Go ahead,
Is that okay?
no, right now.
So the consent agenda, I just wanted to, and just to put it out there, and I think when I first got on the board, I talked to Andrew about this, because I'd never been on the board where it took 2 people to get something off of consent. I've never wanted to get something off of consent, but I just wanted to put out there that if anybody ever wants to, like, I will absolutely be your second, because I just think it's important for, we're such a small board, right? If somebody has passion around something, I don't think you should have to have passion around it and have to whip votes to try and get it off, right? Like, so I'm just putting that out there because it is a unique thing to our board, having to have a second.
I thought that was Robert's rules.
Of the consent, normally a director can. I
Thought so too.
thought it seemed unique, because when I said.
Can we follow up on that, just to get clarity around that?
That would be.
And I appreciate your comment.
Yeah, but I would always be something.
Yeah, and I
Because I
understand.
just think it's, because we all have different passions.
Because it's interesting, I actually am not sure I was totally aware of that I thought a director
Could just pull it off, that's
No,
how I'm.
You have to have a second.
second,
You have
okay.
to have a second. Yeah.
So we will follow up on that and
Okay, but I'll always be your guys' second.
find out if that's,
Trust me,
If that's
I know
a-
we have to have, because
if that's an
I was on
unusual.
board where-
That's why I.
where she would always bring it up
Yep.
and
that's why I
she'd never
believe
get a
that.
second, fail before second.
Exactly,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
why I think it was.
Okay, but yes, we will find out whether that's unique to our
Yeah, well,
district or that's Robert's rules.
Well, there have been times too that I think it's very, very rare that somebody's read the consent agenda at the meeting. We know that something's gonna get pulled.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna be
For
pulling
further
something.
discussion.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't
It wasn't
discussed or
yeah.
decided upon.
it wasn't
in-
fully baked when it went in the consent agenda.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, other items that we need to cover, breaks, board meeting practices. I would like to propose that we work as hard as we can to keep our meetings to 2 hours and that we do not serve dinner, and we will have snacks at the beginning if people need a snack, and we'll have a 10-minute break in the middle for restroom if we need it.
I wonder though, like the 10-minute break, to your point about we're adults, can I not just slip out and go to the bathroom as long as it's not something where I have to vote, that I hurry right back?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, because I just wonder, because sometimes 10 minutes becomes 12 and 15 and the room gets loud, and so it's
And
just
so you're
sort of-
thinking if it's a 2-hour meeting, we don't have a break. We
Yeah.
just,
it's just
if
sort of.
someone
an-
needs to use the
and
restroom,
if I
they
have-
excuse
yeah.
themselves for 2 hours.
And I am an adult, and sometimes I can wait.
I like that, but I also don't want to miss anything. That's my own.
Yeah, no, that's why I
That's,
just, I
yeah.
wait.
So you wait.
Yeah, there is I think there is a temptation, and it's a good one, that when we break, that it's it's fun to get into conversations with,
Yeah.
between us, with other people, and, you know, I mean, we don't always get to talk with the people that do the work, and there's always great learnings to be had, but it does, getting people back to the dais on time is difficult
But I
when
think,
we break, and it shouldn't be.
yeah, and even here, you know, like normal meetings, it's sort of a break after 2 hours. You don't get a 10-minute break in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just as a suggestion that I can't be an adult.
I mean, I would be fine with having a set break with 2-hour meeting, it's 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, get up,
But
go use the
But
restroom.
again,
my
And then come right
observation is we have never done a break in 5
No,
minutes,
no,
even
we haven't.
here.
We've
It's
never
just,
done it,
it
yeah.
never
But
happens.
maybe if we actually set the expectation for 5 minutes, we would maybe get it done at 7. So it's just more
I
about,
don't even need 5.
I mean, if I'm just using the break, because to me, a break's not a time for social.
It's to get a drink,
Go get
it's
a drink,
to,
go use the restroom.
Yeah, but
and then come back.
while I'm getting a drink though, I'm talking to Andrew about how this is going with people working, so then instead of saying the evil eye.
But we don't need to, we can talk about that after the meeting, we got stuff to get to. So that-
But just getting people back from home
Yeah,
or home.
I think we can work 2 hours, and you get up and go if you have to go.
And if we take the break, then we gotta make a commitment.
Yeah.
This is the break and we're coming back.
Well, that's the thing too, not having the food where we have to, because of COVID, we have to go to that other room. So we've socialized and suddenly I've sat down and my whole 12 minutes is gone. So,
no break.
I'm good for just, let's keep the meeting going.
But I love the idea, Darlene and Jamie, of like the fruit you guys have and the little salty snacks you guys have. I would like to heavily encourage those.
And,
I
you know,
appreciate
it
that
doesn't always
greatly.
have to be fresh stuff too, like we could just eat bags of chips.
That's why I said salty stuff.
I would encourage directors that if they're not gonna make it through the 2 hours, to get your own snack on your way
Oh, yeah.
to the board meeting, or come early and eat, so we're not starting a meeting with like chip bags
Oh, no, no.
opening and, you know,
So I would.
we wanna look professional.
I'd rather
The only other thing I would say is, let's say things are getting heavier or running behind or for whatever reason, or let's say I need a break and I need to go out.
Yeah.
I mean, I could always say, like, hey, I would like to put forward a motion to take this next.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's,
you can.
that's very
And that's
acceptable if the
acceptable.
meeting starts to go on,
Right.
or as we go through agenda setting and we look that it's gonna be longer than normal, we will schedule a 10-minute break for people to get up and
And
stretch.
if you have to use the restroom, use the restroom,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
please, because.
Yeah.
Well, and during this COVID time and some of what's happening, you know, in the community, you know, we've had times where in the past, where we've had some pretty heavy public comments.
Discussions.
And so then sometimes we have, you know, to have just like, we're just gonna take a 5-minute break, you know, get rest through rest of where we can take a break, and let's just all catch our breath.
Yeah, I think the chair will pulse that and
Yeah,
say,
and that's
you
what,
know,
so I think that's.
Sometimes,
your point.
taking a break immediately after public comment is not the best time.
That's why I said, getting through the business, that's why
I've had that experience.
Speaking of public comments, is that something we wanted? I've struggled with this, right? So, you know, I'd like, just like recognitions, I'd like to respect the public's time, and I'd like to do it as soon as possible, but also don't want us to be in a position of having to respond by going after them, or feeling like, you know, there's a public comment that comes in, and then if board comments are after that, they're not responding to that. But if we don't think that would be a problem, you know, could we move the public comments up?
It'll be a problem.
It'll
I've
be a
seen it
problem.
happen, and and the problem is, especially if they go the way they have in other districts, you get in your feelings and you want to respond, right? Because you want to be like, you little jerk, and then B, if you don't, then the next narrative online is, they could have responded, and they just sat there and ignored me and talked about the, you know, back to school night instead of the, you know, my kid crying because he can't breathe with the mask on. Like, I mean, it will go sideways so quick, so the order is perfect.
It should be board comments then public, because she's right. There was a time in which, brand new on the board, I made a comment afterwards. And I commented, because we're not supposed to comment, or respond to a public request. We will follow up in writing to them. And I made a comment and it caused confusion. It caused a lot of confusion, and even though I knew not to respond, what they said was such very emotional that I had to make a comment because of it. I acknowledged their concern and I acknowledged that we should look into that. And it caused another person to then comment, and it was a ripple effect.
Okay, I think I'm hearing agreement, we're
Yeah.
good.
Just wanted to bring it up.
Okay,
But it's a
before,
good point, though. It's a really good point.
it is. So our next item would be to look at school liaisons. Are we comfortable with order of business that we sort of talked about?
I mean, I feel like we hashed this out last session, but I would, again, prefer land and cultural acknowledgement prior to the flag salute. It's a more respectful order of operations. If we're going to leave the flag salute in, which I don't think that the opinions of my fellow board members have changed on that in the last year. So that would be my only other.
I know the thing that's, we're sitting, it's a good place to center, if you do the land acknowledgement first potentially, kind of like, and then so that I'm already sitting, center on the land acknowledgement, stand up for the flag, and then I can sit back down, because sometimes I feel like I sit, we take the roll, I stand up for and then I sit, it just, the centering of that the land acknowledgement provides for why we're here, or like I don't know how anybody else,
You said moving out from the class.
yeah, because
So what would you want, the land and then the flag?
Yeah.
that's what I just, I have a feeling about it, just a feeling.
I differ from that opinion. And I look at it, you're calling the meeting together, you have the flag salute, and then meeting begins. You know, because you haven't done the roll call yet and everything. But I like the way it's presented in that regard right there.
But the land acknowledgement is about the first people, and what kind of the second people?
Like, you wouldn't have a flag salute if we hadn't appropriated all this.
I know, it's just a question. It's recognized.
It's one of the things where, when you have a flag sitting out there, you don't have any other flag on top.
Yeah.
No, it's
No, I
true.
know.
You know,
Sure, that's flag code.
I know,
You don't have anything above it.
yeah,
So I look at it in that regard.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, I think it's a good way to Andrew's point, just, I think it feels, I agree with Andrew. I mean, I would be good with moving it, it's centering, it's respectful, we still, flag salute's still in there, and then.
So if you did the flag salute, then the same person as the flag salute's gonna do the pledge.
Well, the pledge is just, it's, rote recitation by the entire.
Right, so that is the flag salute is the pledge, right?
Yeah, there's the.
Yeah, so that's,
Yeah.
That would be one person.
and then so they do the,
Who does the pledge?
we just all say
Yeah,
it.
We all do it together.
But the.
It's my role to begin it, I guess.
But
But I have Pam right next to me, and her
Yeah.
voice is so good. I always wait for her to start, because, oh my gosh, you do? Yes.
No, I
You're
didn't know that.
military, you got this down. I just kind of shrink and go, okay, Pam's got it.
But to Tracy's point with this.
She thinks I've been doing it all this time, but.
Whoever does
You
the
have
acknowledgement
been.
can ask people to stand for the flag salute. Right, so you read the land acknowledgement and then please stand for the flag salute.
That's an honorable thing.
Right, and then that's because to your point about flow and centering and all
Then
that.
we could stand for both of them. We could call it to order, ask everybody to stand, we do a cultural acknowledgement, go right at the flag salute. It really, doesn't really matter.
I think that might get complicated. I think we should just sit for the land, I think we should, and then ask everybody to stand for the
Okay,
flag
I'm hearing a majority of directors requesting that we flip the order of the land acknowledgement and the flag salute.
I disagree. I would leave it as it is listed. I prefer that.
Andrew has stated his opinion.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm kind of leaning, I think I like sort of the first, I mean, I know it's traditional to have the flags, I know we are the United States of America, but I think it's a recognition of first people versus second people. Not that I'm a second person, but I technically am.
Yeah, I like the logo and just to say land and then flag. And that acknowledgement, because it just feels like the right thing to do. We acknowledge the land that we're on and we ride and salute the flag up.
Okay, that's 3 directors.
Yeah.
We'll flip the order on that. And then we can give it a year, and if we didn't like it, we'll talk about it again next summer.
Yeah.
Okay, if I could get everyone to pull up the school assignments, I would like to look at those quickly. I apologize for the fact that we're running over, but this is a meaty section of our agenda. I guess I would start by asking directors if they are interested in doing something different than what they have now. I think we're at a balance. A couple directors have 6 schools and the rest have 5. So in terms of,
We need to change regions because it's still north, central, south. We should say region A, region B,
yeah,
or 1, 2.
Yeah,
so that
North,
column just
south.
needs updating.
Right. We'll update that for you.
So where's the region line? Like, is it?
It was in a Friday report, and
Okay, I'm sure it's in the Friday.
47th.
Well, I'm asking the question because I want to, just because is it 132nd or is it like Jefferson? Is it Penny, is like, what's the
I
line?
think Penny Creek South, or the,
So is Jefferson south or is Jefferson the,
that would be the question. I think Jefferson is in the,
because Jefferson and Laurel are sort of,
This is kind of the central area.
I don't know if you
I have
got.
do you have it?
Yeah, look at you.
Thank you. I'm sure I saw this. So region 2.
So
Okay,
so
so
my
region
question
1.
is, right now, we are organized in a fashion where we're almost kind of district, you know,
Yeah.
like
That's
all
what,
my schools are near where I live, and I like my schools, you know, at least 3 of them, because it's,
at least
schools
3 of them.
might-
I don't like
no, I like them all.
At least
I mean,
3.
I want to keep the 3 that my kids attended because I have ties there. And so if I were to consider doing something like a South End school, which I do not have, it would not be one of the 3 that my kids attended. That's what I meant. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I misstated there.
well, and to my point, mine are all south, and I'm like, I don't know if I want all south still. Should I have one that's
Yeah,
north?
so, you know, to April's point, I think she mentioned yesterday is, you know, really understanding what the district as a whole looks like because we represent the district. I can also say that I know the people and that my neighbors more in the schools that are around me. And so that's kind of like a districting where you get to know your schools and your people, and you can kind of represent them at the table.
It's weird in my brain, I don't know why this is, I would prefer to have all south, but that's just because I'm weird like that, and I like that feeling of like, oh yeah, our director's right down there, you know, but at the same time, I love all the schools I have, so I'm happy to keep everything, and happy to switch up, so I have a couple of central schools.
Yeah, I really like my schools.
I love having Sequoia, which is.
They're the best.
They are the best.
Yes.
Mine are, no.
Oh, yours are best. My school's the best. So,
I think all of the
I
schools are
tell
the
every
best.
child their school is the best.
Yes, I
Right.
agree.
anybody wanted, my social schools, that would be fine, but I think the ones that I'm pretty dedicated to keeping would be, Cedar Wood and Sequoia and Hillwood.
Well, also, if you would like Jackson or Mill Creek Elementary, I would take Jefferson.
Why don't we trade Jefferson for Milford?
Okay, so Darlene,
We
Go
have
ahead.
a trade. So, I'm gonna trade residential Jefferson Elementary for Mill Creek Elementary.
So we're switching.
So what are we doing?
Just switching in elementary.
She's going Mill Creek and I'm going
Draft
We should
Jefferson.
have them all in playing
That's what it
cards
sounds
and we
like.
just,
Yeah.
we just start bowling around.
Yeah, no, I think just because if you'd like more south, and I would like to get out of the south,
Yeah.
and Jefferson's not far. And I have friends there, so.
Okay, so April, you're taking Mill Creek.
Mill Creek Elementary.
Who wants?
I'll do second then. Or wait, who's the second on
What?
Jefferson?
The second
I
on
know.
Jefferson is.
I need Everett
The
High.
second on
Second, we're
Jefferson
just
is
switching,
Caroline.
we're just switching primaries.
But you're the primary, you're the secondary on Mill Creek.
Oh, and Mill Creek.
Just make me the
Oh,
secondary, it's fine if I have,
Yeah.
I don't know how those are divided up.
I don't even know how,
That
yeah.
means when I can't make
Yeah,
an
I never
IR, you
really,
gotta be there for
the
me.
alternate, I guess, is just if,
It's just random.
I think it was the alternate was more important, really, and like school reviews, you guys make sure there were two.
Yeah,
Oh,
but if it is Mill Creek School Review, I've always been there, so as the
So that's
alternate, I could
perfect.
do that.
Yeah.
But it's,
Yeah.
so, but then, yeah, so then Jefferson, if I could be the primary, and then Caroline would stay the secondary.
Does anybody else feel like they want to change?
I'm happy with mine.
Well, now that Silver Firs is my neighborhood school, I need to get more involved with it. Penny Creek used to be my neighborhood school, and now Silver Firs is my neighborhood school.
Ah, with boundary changes, huh?
I think it's nice if you have kids in the system, and you have those schools, your own kids' schools, so. It's a nice
Okay, I'm
thing.
hearing no other requests.
Oh, question, is it possible, does anybody have any, Madison? That's a north, I guess now,
I have Madison currently.
right? That's a north one, you okay with
I'm
Madison?
good not, yeah, I'm good not having any more.
Hmm?
I'm, good- I'm, so I'm
You're the
not,
secondary.
oh, I'm good having that, yeah, I'm good being the secondary.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, because you've got, that's a north end.
Oh, yeah, no,
I
I'm fine
just
being the
wanted to see if,
secondary.
I hadn't been at Madison in so
Oh,
long.
did you
so-
wanna switch up? I'm good to switch if you wanna.
I have Madison.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
she's
she's
second,
second.
second.
A secondary, but yeah, I'm happy to switch with you, Pam, that's fine.
Which would you want to switch with?
She would need to switch if she took it as secondary, because she lost a secondary.
Yeah, so I could just switch with you. as
She'd gain a secondary, and you'd lose a secondary.
Yes, where would you like to go take one of my secondaries?
No, let's see here,
You want to be secondary at
I'll do
Madison? is
Forest
what
View,
you're
Yeah, what about
asking?
I'd
Forest?
like to.
yeah, what about, how about why don't we switch Forest View? So I'll be
Forest
second.
View?
Yeah, so I'll be
Okay.
second on Forest View, you'll be second on Madison.
Okay, because that's
Did
a
you
south
post that
end.
one?
Yeah. That's a good one.
Okay.
It's south end and different, and outside of Mill Creek, so. Get south end unincorporated.
I'd like to, I would like to see, like, during the IRs, I just want to see
Yeah,
how.
Madison's a great
Madison.
school. I ended up there
Yeah.
because of the bond and stuff.
Huh?
That was one of the
Yeah.
schools that we toured for the
Yeah,
bond
yeah.
and things like that.
Or the hallways are wider
The
than the
hallways.
ceiling is tall.
It's just, it's crazily, well, and even like, drop off and pick up and just
Oh, yeah.
sitting here on that street, it's just, yeah.
Okay, have we made it through our business we're way over.
The last thing you have is committees.
Oh, committees, okay. Are we done with liaisons?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you take committees, because I'm not really sure what to say about that.
Well, we have committees right now that are existing. I don't know if you want to form any other committees, and if you want to stay on those committees, is the piece that, anybody want to be on another committee, or do we need to add any?
What are our committees? We just
Dawn,
don't,
can you
we're
read the
not
committees?
active with committees
Yeah. I'm gonna
as a board,
right.
and is that a problem or not?
The thing about it is, we had the budget committee as a whole, wasn't it? The finance committee or what,
Yeah,
as a whole.
board
Then we
as a
had
whole.
compensation committee, and that was as required in the COVID, we were able to do that by Zoom, so. And the finance committee, we hadn't met,
I don't think there is a finance committee,
in
or just.
committee as a whole.
Yeah, we just review the budget as a whole,
Exactly.
as a whole board.
I think kind of some of these special committees having a board member on them would be a double sword, right? So it'd be nice to be there and be a part of the conversation, but it also may dissuade folks from making recommendations or making statements that they might think.
Oh, and these are committees.
Oh, these are just board committees.
Yeah.
Those aren't
There used to
committees
be a
for the
marketing
district.
committee,
Gotcha.
there was a.
Here they are.
We wouldn't be part of any district committee, because as you
Oh,
said,
when
that,
you,
yeah.
when you were saying like
Here's the
compensation.
committees up
Yeah.
here that you have.
oh, yeah, that's superintendent compensation, sorry.
Legislative committee is gonna be crucial this year.
Well, it needs to be reassigned.
Yeah, we need to update
Well, it's
this.
2018, so this is an old form.
Yeah.
That's why we're updating.
Carol
it.
Andrews is still on it.
Yeah.
So we had a community relations committee, and that's back when we were trying to run a bond, and Ted was on the board, and we just used that opportunity to go to Rotaries and service organizations to talk about the bond as directors versus just the superintendent or staff. And maybe we want to do more of that this coming year, given
Do we need a committee to do that? Can't we just do
that's a good question.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I think there's different levels of comfort of presenting on behalf of the board. Some people are really excited about it and some people are less so. And
I don't know if you need a committee for it, I think.
yeah, I don't think so.
You're gonna do it, I'm gonna do it every day, everywhere I gotta go on Tuesday.
It's
whatever.
really kind of our job is
Yeah.
promoting the
Yeah.
business of the
I
district.
think you're just updating, like Ms. Andrews isn't with us anymore, and we have to kind of work,
Yeah.
so we have to update that.
I think we removed the community relations committee.
So one idea I was gonna share with you as colleagues, my previous board, we actually created committees, based on our strategic plan. So we took the elements of our strategic plan and made them each into a committee, and each director and one cabinet level staffer was kind of quote unquote over the committee. It was made up of community members, certificated staff, paras. It was you definitely were invited, but so basically once a month we took out our whole, and our building wasn't nearly as nice, but everybody had their own room, and so we had teaching and learning, pre-K, we had, all the 5 directors had a committee, and we made it all fit, and then basically it was a way for community to engage, cabinet to engage, and then us to deep dive. And so like my colleague who did early learning pre-K, I knew I didn't really have to touch that because Gary had it, right? Like that was his bread and butter. He went to all the different trade meetings, he did all the different stuff at the Gates Foundation. That was his wheelhouse, and then he connected directly back to that cabinet person. And that was pretty much how the board stayed engaged, the committee pushed forward the strategic vision. And then again, as colleagues, we all kind of trusted each other to stay in our lanes, right? So I was teaching and learning. We had somebody else that was like special ed and alternative learning, so we all kind of had our wheelhouse, but that was the entirety of our committee structure, and then everything fell within that. And we just did those once a month. The community loved it because they felt like they were being invited into the table. They got FaceTime with directors, in cabinet. The suit kind of just walked around, made sure the committee were working, sat in on some of them. They were like hour and 15 minutes. I mean, they were really short, tight agenda. Cabinet did the agenda, and that just propelled forward. So that's not saying we should do that, but that was how we use committees.
Was that in addition to, so we have all these advisory groups that don't specifically align to our strategic plan, but some of
So
them
we still had the
do,
fiscal.
some do and some don't. Do they have those kind of committees, and then this was on
Yeah,
top
so
of
we still
that?
had a fiscal advisory committee. We still had all the traditional ones that kind of had to meet structurally, just so we could keep up with, so we didn't have the one on SROs like we do now, stuff like that, but we had the fiscal one. With some kind of, I know we had equity, we had a couple of them, but we also brought in that equity piece of it and the inclusive piece into that bigger structure so that they felt like they had more, kind of were at the table, right? So but they still had a bigger equity group that was a common one from all, because these committees were by invitation. So you could technically just show up, but you were invited. It wasn't a free-for-all. Whereas the equity that met once a month or once a quarter, that was, open to everyone, come talk to our equity committee.
So Ian, what did you guys do in Florida?
Yeah, they kind of piggyback into things that you said, so first we do have to update this first step. So I like the idea, and we're gonna get there, so I'm gonna it's gonna form through the work that we're doing. We had that at one time, but then it committed out. It was this month and that month, and everybody came in September and October, and then it just fizzled. It felt committed out. So what we first did was, the fiscal committee, let's use the that we have forever. We opened that up to everybody, which we started doing last year. Remember, if you look at that committee, it's bigger, more diverse, and so forth. And then we had the Academic Achievement Committee, which will form on its own. It was community members, it was staff, it was a chance to have input on curriculum, okay? They had a Monday meeting, which would go from 5 to 7. 3 times a year, because you couldn't have it every month, because staff couldn't come, the parents couldn't come, and so forth. I think we're gonna get there through this process by engaging our community on the listening tour by region, and forming what's the big tickets that we still have to work on. So we have an equity committee right now that meets, okay? And it's more robust than we've seen prior, okay? So I think these are really good points. I think we just have to cadence what we're going to make a committee that we want to see. And the way we do is, this is a good discussion, right? About what do you want to see if you want to add committees, okay? This is your base committee, okay? I think first of all, you take out the community relations committee, because that's our job.
Well, and is legislative committee even a committee? I mean, Andrew's the legislative liaison, or do you keep that like the executive committee is the president and vice president, right?
Well, I think you still keep, you are the legislative committee, and you might want to invite me or a student. And Andrew did really, we had that one meeting that was excellent. So how we do, or I just met with June Robinson this summer about, we're going to do some stuff in schools, and we brought that up, and we formed that to a little bigger extent. You keep your executive committee, you have an audit committee, okay, or you should have an audit committee.
Which we do as a committee of the whole.
Yes. You have your compensation committee, the thorough committee, and you have, and then you have to think, what do you want to add on? I think you have to process that. What do you want to see more of? But you have a home run. You don't need a communications relations committee or communication. You are the community relations, okay?
Right.
And so is your communications department. What do you want to see from communications? I think as a board, you get to dictate that, okay? You get to advise that, you get to morph that. What more do you want to see from that department? And they'll do it, they're a good team. But what else do you want to see as you get out there? Because you know what's gonna happen, well, this is definitely gonna happen. The first month is gonna be crucial, again, the pulse of the community of how do you feel re-entering, right? What's your angst that's going on? Besides masking or vaccinating, what's the angst? Because children and adults haven't gone through this. This is like a restretch, right? It's a restretch. So I think you made a great point. I think you guys have to marinate that in your heads, what you want to see, because when you sit at the table with parents and community members and things, you get so much done, but you want to keep the momentum forever. If you started and it drops, what they're going to say is, you started this, I saw this happen, you started this committee, and now you don't have it. You start with 20 people, you get to 2 or 3, right? So I love the idea, and I'm committed to doing that. You have my commitment. You have to figure out how we're going to do it to keep that momentum.
And I think the other thing that I was just remembering as you were talking, it did allow the directors to dive deep into subject areas they care about. So I'm just thinking about Gary Nobles, who's still on the Edmonds board. In early learning, it's just his passion point. And so he gets invited to a lot of roundtables, right? Because Ian can't be everywhere, staff can't be. People love having a board member, and he'll go down, to Seattle, to the Gates Foundation, to those roundtables, bring back that information to the board to say, this is what's going on in urban learning. And that was super helpful, and not something that everybody could do, but I think because we had a structure, not so much saying we have to have a committee to do that, but I think it's something as board members to think about, that there are different tables that we can be invited to, that we could be bringing back that information and sharing information about the cool stuff we're doing with outside community groups. And I think, so I shared with Andrew at one point, and at some point I'm going to try and do a little less with the, it's the Snohomish County Juvenile Justice Cultural Competency Advisory Group, and they meet monthly. And so, like Edmondson, someone I started attending as soon as I got on this board. It's community leaders, city council, police, it's everybody, judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, everybody in the county meeting once a month to talk about juvenile justice, which for us as a district, a lot of our kiddos are in that facility. So it's a great meeting. And so it would be great if somebody wanted to take over that work because I think it's important to have our district at that table, but it's also important that our level is at that table, right? So it's great to have staff and cabinet level who are elected, and so sometimes having an elected in the room, sitting with other electeds, et cetera, it's a little different lens, a little different focal point. So that's just something, I'm sure there's meeting groups like that out there that we could start maybe participating in and bringing that back, and that might form a committee structure internally based on some of those things.
That's good. Any additional comments? We're way over time.
I have a question. So the compensation committee, because I've just been legislative rep for 6 years and got off of it, wondering if like, is Pam, because Carol's not here anymore, so who took over Carol for compensation?
I did.
You did, and then Pam, I think you've been on that a long time. Is there a way I can take over? Because I think it would help me learn more, because I've been here for a long time, and that's something I don't know.
Yeah.
And don't have a role in. I don't know how big the role is, but I sure would like to help in a different
Just
way.
busy for a short period of time.
So if I
When
could
reviewing
just,
the contract, just gathering a lot of information and analyzing it and looking.
if I could, I would like to
I mean,
try.
this isn't the only.
I
time
learned
we
a
can
ton
establish-
this year.
This isn't the only time we can establish. We
Right.
establish community. Because the only other thing I would suggest adding is just a general ad hoc. But that's if this is the only time we have.
No.
committees. But,
Yeah, we can
yeah.
Right.
create them as
You
needed.
just have to update because, we have different names on there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so update it to 2021, and I hope Carol's enjoying her retirement.
Why don't we call her now?
I wonder if she is still here, I mean, because
She's still
Oh, yeah.
she lives right down.
well, I know she,
Yeah.
I mean, but,
The grandchild's
She-
moving back.
oh, they are, okay. So, because they bought a place also down in, like Snowbirds in Arizona, so, not Arizona, Palm Springs.
Yeah, they love
So-
Palm Springs, they're down there all the
Palm
time.
Springs.
Okay, but anyway, we're way over
Okay.
topic.
So that concludes this section of the agenda.
Only 31
And-
minutes late.
Yeah, it's 11:12 after. I would say let's just take a quick, I'll say 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can do
But
We'll
good
try our
conversation,
best.
really good conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really good conversation. Thank you, everyone, for your input.
Good job. And please get a crate.
A creek? Oh, those are good. Those are very good.
They're both good. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the spinach one now.
Okay, red lights off.
Okay, we are going to resume our meeting, and before I turn it over to our esteemed panel at the other end of the table there, I just wanted to bring you up to speed with what we discussed this morning about our meetings, since you weren't a part of that. We did talk about moving to one regular meeting a month and decided now is probably not the best time to do that, just given the fluidity of information with COVID. We felt that it's important that we be accessible to the public more than once a month to hear their concerns, and then also to receive more timely updates if needed. So, and then we talked about, potentially adding special sessions before regular meetings. And I think where we ended is, where we ended is 2 regular meetings a month with a special meeting dedicated to going through some of the larger strategic items, with the idea that, as you know, we're going to try and pull some of those longer presentations out of those regular meetings so that they're short and concise, i.e. maybe 2 hours, and that we take the time to dive deeper into topics outside of the regular board meetings, where we can have more discussion amongst each other. And I think that's where you were already headed, but I just kind of wanted you to know we had that discussion.
We got there too.
Yeah, we got there too. All on our own.
And that sounds great. So this may be a short agenda item. So, should I go ahead and
Please.
start? Would you mind if we did a time check?
We are way over. We're at 10:20 right now, and when we develop these agenda, it's difficult to understand how long each item might take. So,
Take your time.
and it's a short day today. So
Okay.
please, we want to get through the information.
Well, I think we had a harder stop because Ian had a meeting with the governor, but since that's pushed back, do we have a softer stop now so that it's
No, I have 3 o'clock with the superintendent.
3 o'clock with the superintendents? But like if we had to go a little bit longer, it's 12:45 because we have discussion that's run over, discussion that needs to continue.
I'll work with everybody.
Is everyone okay with that if we do go a half an hour longer today, or
I
45 minutes?
can't.
Whatever the team
I
wants.
put down till 4:30.
Just as long as you provide all the
Yeah,
stuff.
it was calendar
Until 4:30, so yes.
We're okay.
Okay, great. Well, good morning. Thank you for having me back, in addition to my 2 cohorts here. So I've handed out to you, right along with what you just talked about, Caroline, is a proposed strategic initiative monitoring schedule. It is built into the draft annual agenda plan for this coming year. And I will say that the proposal that we put in board docs for the annual agenda plan is very, I think, consistent with your discussion, with what I just heard you guys kind of arrive at from the discussions this morning. So with that, I'll say that going back to some of the information we talked about yesterday, the alignment of the work that we do as a board, as a staff, and as a district around alignment with the strategic plan. That's really kind of how we have looked at our annual agenda plan for this coming year. So what we're proposing is that that we have 4 study sessions that encompass or include 3 of these. So remember, there are 12 strategic initiatives for this year. And so we want to make sure that we bring those to you for presentation and discussion at least once during the year. So our plan is that we're going to group those 12 into groups of 3 initiatives. So we'll have 4 study sessions of 3 initiatives each. And we'll start that in January and do once a month, January, February, March, and April. And we group these strategic initiatives thematically so that they kind of hang together. So we have the proposed dates and the initiatives groupings on that handout that I gave you. And that is consistent also with the annual agenda plan that we put into kind of aligns with the discussion that you've had so far. So our thinking around that is that those strategic initiatives would be typically 20-minute presentations, 10-minute discussion for a 30-minute duration for each of the initiatives, 3 initiatives per work session, so that's 90 minutes. And if necessary, we could go up to 2 hours on occasion if needed, but that would be the plan, and the goal is that we would have those 90-minute work sessions, January, February, March, and April. The plan that we presented, the annual agenda plan, it does not affect the policy review column on this annual agenda plan, or the general operating business column, or the consent agenda. So basically, the 3 right-hand columns would still be populated with the same kinds of agenda items as we have in the past. The financial reports, the student enrollment update that I do in February, the bond levy resolutions will be coming to you, and so those we can kind of go through. We'll go through on a page-by-page basis here to review that and give you input. I did want to make a comment, though, that the routine operating business, the far right-hand column, consent agenda items, those are fairly fluid, and those will be adjusted. So we really, I don't think, need to spend time talking about those routine consent agenda items at our meeting today, because that list of items will change over the course of the year as needed. So I'd like to kind of focus our discussion around the idea of grouping those initiatives into those 4 work sessions, and then also look at the general operating business, policy review, and strategic progress monitoring columns.
I have a question. Just looking at this, I brought it up yesterday when we had Dr. Gorman here. Was at NSBA conferences, so National School Board Association meetings, they've talked about best practices. Every meeting has student data or something student at the meeting. He mentioned it too, like how many of our meetings, and I believe almost a number of our meetings don't mention students during the meeting. And so I wonder, based looking at this agenda, sort of September 14th, what's here, there's nothing student on this agenda. It's either data recognition, something that shows who we serve. It's just a best practice. I heard that as a best practice for school goals, so it's a question.
It's one of the things that we were discussing is I think it was mentioned at the top by President Mason, the idea of whether or not to consolidate those regular meetings as business meetings, and make sure that we do, for example, the start of school update, that we would indeed have student performance data, the new baselines from the diagnostics that we are putting through the fall to date, and have regular updates to that effect. And it is true that in months that you've got 2 regular board meetings, it's likely that one will be light on the student focus piece and more heavy on general business. And by heavy, I mean probably not more than 30 to 45 minutes, really.
Yeah.
And I think we always have a student piece on it,
Yeah.
right? Like, it might be business, but, there's going to be how the social work is impacting the first month of school. It's going to be a connection with the kids, right? So I think there's always going to be that student voice in there. But we had Dr. Gorman yesterday. You guys are familiar with Dr. Gorman, and how you do the business still ties into student achievement or student workers and so forth. So the board was with Peter Gorman yesterday.
I think also the superintendent comment section at the beginning of the board meeting is an excellent opportunity to highlight students.
That is a good opportunity. I just think I think even if it's a business heavy, but if it's business heavy that is it's IT meeting, that's impacting students. And so it's just that maybe there's some sort of intent on, calling out, because I think we've had a lot of questions about, what are the gaps? And that's really, the gaps are in students and stuff, so it is sort of, if pretty much everything we do touches students, or touches building that touches students, just to be more purposeful about it, I think, in our, how we speak to it.
In this particular meeting on the 14th, when I look at some of the things there, I know it touches on students, some of the things over in the routine business. Is there any way we can expand upon any particular item in that category and then focus on the student
So the right is
aspect
just
of
the
it?
consent agenda, that
Or-
right column.
We could take, what I mean is, we could expand upon something like that, take it out of that, and expand upon it to lead it to more student-centered.
So, to follow up on what Pam's saying, I'm looking at the September 14th meeting, and that's about a 30-minute meeting. We're literally just approving everything and leaving, and one recognition. So to
Of a
me,
lot
that's
of
not
people.
really a business meeting. Like, I think one of the discussions we had earlier was we want to pull the big items out and focus more on those, but we need updates in public meetings that they understand what we're doing, so that this information is present to the public, even though they're invited to these meetings as well, but sort of some kind of summary, or, I mean, it's almost too stripped down in my mind. And I'm as you know, a very big proponent of short and concise meetings, but we need to conduct business in open public meetings. And the only thing we're doing is approving the consent agenda this whole meeting.
Well, it doesn't show anything about new business, needs, old business, or things that to take care of in any of these categories.
Yeah, it's interesting because I look at these categories and we've used them forever and I kind of like them, but they don't really reflect the way our structure of our meeting is. Like, I don't know what's new business, what's old business, when.
So the policy review section, that would be, I'm assuming, where old business / new business.
Yeah.
Or reviewing policies. And so, but I think to Karen's point, that is a pretty light meeting, like maybe we could, because I think right now, like when I think of my parent hat, I'm gonna look at the school board meeting and I wanna know what's going on with COVID update. I wanna hear maybe a couple numbers of summer school, how many people completed it, like just some general, like if, I don't remember what Dr. Juan said yesterday, but just exposing your thinking, kind of, what are if you're a parent in the district, what do you actually want to hear the district's doing? And if we have time to try and say, like, we have this much summer school, we are doing this for COVID. The question I've gotten 3 times in 24 hours is, what are you going to do if there's an outbreak? And I've, winged it. We're going to do what public safety tells us to do. I mean, but it'd be nice to lay that out, like one of, Dave Peters' infographics, right? Like with this.
I think we're talking like tight too, it's like,
Yeah,
it's
tight,
not,
not-
it's 15 minutes, it's not 30 minutes, not 40 minutes. And it's the first week of school, so there might not be anything other than, thank goodness school is opened and, we have this many heads of classrooms and this many kids in the virtual program. We don't have our head count yet, so we're,
We'll be
You know
out
what we
there
can
next
do,
year.
you know what we could do, because all the things that you mentioned, we need to plan to build out in at least a 45-minute meeting in September 28th, and so we could take the pieces that we have readily available on September 14th and make sure we break that out, so maybe it is 20, 25 minutes, September 14, 25 minutes on September 20th.
I like that idea.
We did have health and safety, we had, what happened over the summer school results. We had all the leadership development ranging from what you all did.
See, I think that would be great in that
That would be
first
great
meeting.
on the
is
first day.
We can break that out so we're not just doing it.
Kind of a summer recap / state of school opening.
Right,
and then we don't wanna-
What we know about safety and health protocols, how we prepared our classrooms, all the work that went into opening school buildings in September, which is huge. Recapping that work, because I think that's something that the public really wants to understand is, the effort and the dollars that were spent, all these ESSER dollars.
Let's do that.
I want to make sure that we're also not trying to fill us with busy work. So,
No.
you know, like taking things like that, breaking them out so that I was in a public setting.
Well, no, I don't think we are, but the reason why I mentioned over in the routine business, you've got college and the high school agreements. Okay, now, most people here know about, I don't know if all of, unless your kids are in high school, but those kids that are just going to high school, their parents may not know that. When we start talking about the college and the high school agreement that we're signing and approving, what's not to say that maybe this is a good meeting in which we can say, this is what it means. These are the classes you see in a college and a high school setting. These, you know, and guess what? We're approving that agreement tonight.
Well,
And so we're providing, here are some of the classes at the different high schools and what are college and high school courses.
I think the public needs to hear from teaching and learning what we did with our ESSER funds, not just the presentation of ESSER, what we did with the ESSER funds, what we did with our principals for 5 days. You know, I think that's when Andrew and the board talks about the meat, you know, just not info. This is what we did, how we trained our principals together and our administrators. But the ESSER funds, not just the usual, here's the numbers. What did we buy with ESSER funds? I believe what social workers, am I correct with ESSER funds? People don't even know that. So going over that and the public hears that and knows that.
Less words too, because some of those
Too
graphics in which it just spells out all these words on there may not be the best way in which we present it. You know, having fewer words
or pictures, buckets.
or pickets or buckets, yeah, or something like that
Yeah, Canva.
would be best.
But I just wanted to highlight what you said, Sam, because I think it was important about, I think we kind of missed some of the softballs that are in our consent agenda, and one of them would be college and high school contracts. It does not have to be a presentation, and I'm not saying that we should.
It could go on the superintendent's report.
But, well, for example, though, we could go towards, like, to your point, we're not voting on a lot, we're not doing a lot of business. We could vote on that, and it's easy, just saying we're contracting with these high schools and been given the report, or not high schools, but colleges. And that just lets the public know that we have, you know, UW, Apple, Cascadia, Everett, we're re-signing the contracts, all in favor, aye. It takes 5 minutes, but it highlights the fact that we have this program and these are the problems we're working with. We don't have to do that, but if we don't have a lot there, it's kind of a softball kudo to ourselves saying, we've got some cool contracts and we've got great dual credit programs, we're now renewing them, and maybe there is an additional college that we're adding this year, right? So it's like, hey, we've also got a contract with Bellevue, want to make sure parents know that, and we're all like, rah, rah. And then on that point, just to bring it up as recognition, I would love to give Mr. Turner his pin from the governor, because I did get his pin. So we got a bill signed this session, you know, because of Paul Turner, and so I got him, you know, pin from the governor to sign the bill that came. So I'd love to get that to him in a way that's meaningful, because that impacts every student across the state in college and high school, starting this fall.
We can take notes of that with Kathy Reeves.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, it's not a great looking pen, but it does have. It's official.
I see this as a great opportunity, our first meeting back after the COVID, of explaining to parents what things are doing in a different way. Instead of just saying, oh, yep, that's business as usual, let's sign away with it. Let's explain what it is that we're doing. It doesn't have to be 25 minutes, and this is what it includes. But yeah, it's great what we've done at summer school, the extra money, all that's important. What are we doing as far as masks, you know, the mandates and inoculation? If there's another clinic coming up, and then, you know, next week, the week after or
Oh, the results
something.
of the September 11th clinic.
Let's, well, that's after the that's before the 14th.
The results.
But if we had something like that, then, oh, this is, you know, another clinic is coming up next week on XYZ date. You haven't got your shots, here's an opportunity, you know.
So that might be, something like that sounds more like a superintendent's report.
Yeah, superintendent's report. Well, and I think to balance somewhere between Andrew's very nice comment that we don't just fill 2 hours to fill 2 hours, and your comment about this looks like a half-an-hour meeting, finding that balance where it's purposeful work, where the community actually sees that we're not just showing up just to do a consent agenda, that you all did a lot of work over the summer.
Yes.
But maybe it's not 30 minutes, maybe it's not 2 hours, it's an hour.
Yeah, I'd love to see an update of everything that happened this summer, stuff that we know to date, and then that next meeting tackle sort of what the start of school looks like and how we've rolled into it.
Absolutely do that.
And lots of photos of.
I mean, you could literally just call it summer update, and you could cover, summer school and academics, teacher and staff and administrative training, budgets, what we know with ESSER funds to date and spending.
Sure. I'll say, yeah, please.
I'm kind of, so if you don't mind, I'll just kind of jump in and say, what we can do is take a look at the entire annual agenda plan with the concept of not a 30-minute meeting, not a 2-hour meeting.
Not an over 2 hour meeting.
not
2
over-
hours
okay,
fine.
Not over
Yeah.
2 hours.
But not just like Andrew's point, not just filling space to fill
Yeah.
space, but it'd be
Yeah.
nice to be,
Sure, and try to pick timely topics to help people understand how we're affecting students.
Yeah. And Dr. Gorman said yesterday too, to help make our thinking visible.
yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I liked that term. And so it is sort of like, this is what we did over the summer, and we still have some unknowns as we start school. And so it's like, you do this, it's September 28th, we won't have the head count until this date. So it's like, we show the progression of how we do our business to the community.
And to Pam's point, I like the idea, we approve these college and high school agreements every year. And so to us, it's routine business. But to a lot of community members and parents, we have a lot of choices out there, and we need to really promote and highlight that we have these awesome opportunities for our students to get credit while they're in high school. And oh my gosh, I think about in my own life, my son and his AP classes and the money it's saving us in college. And, these are real impacts. And just to have the 15-minute update or the 10-minute update on what our opportunities are in our district and kind of, showcase them.
And a side request, that was talking to a community member whose son is graduating from Western with his MBA in accounting after 4 years of being at Western, because he was able to double up on AP in college and the high school and going to Western with 56 qualifying credits. I was like, how did I not know that? So I think that there's opportunities for parents to just reinforce to high school and middle school parents about all those opportunities for massive credits. That I know that there's messaging and stuff, but I just want to make sure that as much as we can hit most of the parents, maybe me that didn't pay attention, about just really what are all those opportunities, not in this talk, but at the high school levels, middle school levels, as you guys oversee those teams, what is there a gap in parents' understanding of the real opportunities? Off topic.
It always helps to break it down more.
Because that would be a cool report, is how many credits are kids coming out of our high schools with?
And I really like this concept of
Oh, yeah.
aligning our study sessions with the strategic plan and moving on.
So I have a question, I don't know if we were supposed to cover in our last section or if it's this section, but we tabled something yesterday that Tracy and I brought up about the packets being on like a Wednesday, Friday cadence.
Yeah,
I don't remember what, I know we said we were gonna talk about it today, I don't know if we're gonna,
I think that was a good
is
time.
now a good time, just because we can get the process on this review.
there was, so we get right now the agenda on Friday. And to be able to get any comments or questions, we're sitting on the weekend, which Dr. Saltzman really appreciates weekends. And so then it's Monday, but Dr. Gorman said, and then April's had a previous experience where it actually got delivered on a Wednesday. So that gives board members more time and weekdays to respond to questions about agenda items so that everyone can enjoy the weekend, so that we're prepared for Tuesday. So it moves everything further for you all, and for the board president, vice president, meetings become Tuesday or Wednesday instead of a Thursday to Friday, but anyway, it's sort of a request for board members, and your point about agendas
Yeah,
could be sent out to the community
public.
soon.
What we're gonna do in executive cabinet on Monday is, we're just, instead of having those reports come on Thursday to Darlene, we're gonna talk to you about this process, so the board gets it quicker, they get that weekend off to, not to read it, and we'll talk about it for staff, but that's the commitment that we made, and Darlene and Jane, I will explain to you as a Monday in executive cabinet. It's just to get that information better. We talked about what, doctor of completion by Pete Gorman, the board's also heard that yesterday as well.
Yeah, but that, you know, you might not have the HR might not have the personnel report by Wednesday. You might not have some presentation typed by Wednesday, but at least we have bones on Wednesday to know what is gonna happen on Tuesday. So if we have questions, we have weekday to do it.
And especially because the consent agenda tends to be pretty thick with contracts and things that are probably already sitting out. The fact that we know what it looks like to this level of detail right now tells me that there's probably pieces of it that will for sure be available 48 hours before the previous times. But I think the other element of it is us getting it Wednesday. The public really would love to, and I think needs to have access to that agenda by Friday. Because right now, because with that Monday, it seems to many as analysts last few days, because they know it's done, right? They know that we didn't come in on Monday and, oh, we're gonna just get it it's done by Friday, and that gives the public a weekend to come look at the agenda, look at the consent agenda, formulate their comments. So if we could do, basically, it's gonna be a Wednesday, Friday instead of Friday, Monday. That's what we're asking for.
And all of those consent agenda items are in your private work 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So you should have at least those 2 weeks to ask questions.
Yeah, I think my brain, and it's, thank you for saying that, because my brain doesn't, sometimes I just don't, like I'll read it, but then it won't trigger that in 2 weeks. I'll see that when I see that on the agenda and I know we're voting on it, that's when my brain starts like really kicking in and be like, oh, do I have a question? But you're right, we've already kind of previewed it that 2 weeks ago.
Well, and I think that's sort of the reason that they do it
I
2 or
know.
3 times is so that
At some point it clicks.
at some point it is new to us.
Yeah.
Well, and we're trying to restructure the Friday first, and we put it up here, there's not.
Yeah.
Board meeting minutes, and it says, at this meeting, you'll be voting on these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are right, always at the top.
Yeah.
But yeah, the public piece is just as key as just making sure I emphasize that.
We have established a new opportunity for our community, and that's the virtual academy. And I know the school start will be before the 14th, maybe not on the 14th, but on the 28th. Perhaps we can find out how's it going, what's necessary to continue its momentum with the virtual academy, so that those parents who have chosen some type of virtual academy instead of in-person classrooms. I mean, we started talking about what happened over the summer, getting ready for school started, but there are still some kids who aren't at school.
So start a school update covers that, or can
Well,
cover that.
that's
was
my
on our,
question.
it was a sub-bullet on our list of things.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because it's still the start of
It's
school
on
for
there.
those kids.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, because I don't know, what start of school update, is that just in person, is that virtual
We
academy?
had the virtual academy as a point there, just like.
And we did have discussions, I don't know if, I can't recall if you were here when we were talking about our goals about looking at the difference between performance in person versus virtual, to see if both are tracking equally essentially. But that's not part of this. That was just a conversation we had when we were talking about monitoring.
Remember how we were able to monitor those kids that were we were online all the time? When we do the virtual academy, we can still monitor those kids that are in the group. So we'll still know that they are at school.
Yeah, I don't think anything's changed.
So did we land somewhere on then publishing the agenda to the public and doing board agenda reviews?
Do you need to speak with your captain?
Yes, I'll have to speak to executive cabinet on Monday about that. Because we haven't landed on the board of general review, then I gotta get with our chair, because that could be on Tuesday, board of general review. Am I correct?
It could be whenever you guys want.
Right, but now they have it on Thursday. Items are due on, when do they do the year?
Right now, they're due to us on Wednesday, so we can prepare the agenda for Thursday.
So we could do board agenda review on Wednesday, and then it gets published that night.
Anyway, so.
We just
it's
wanna
a-
get
it's a
it out
proposal,
to-
and so
to
it's,
all.
yeah,
Yeah, just a thought, and I think, but to me, I think equally important is that whole piece, because getting it to them on Friday, just, for me, just gives respect to the public to say, you've got, more than 24 hours to look at the agenda, et cetera.
Is that just the agenda, or the?
Whatever we normally publish on Monday, publishing it now on Friday. And really, it's whatever's ready, right? We're always adding to.
Yeah, I would
It's
like
not-
to get the feedback of the cabinet as well, to know that whatever we're putting out can be quality, not too bare bones.
Yeah.
And the question is, I have never heard from anyone in the public that that's an issue, that we publish on Monday. And I don't know if other directors have.
I've heard, and it was from, it's the group that, how to say it, the group that, not the, good parents, PTA parents, who are just like, we would love to see that earlier, and their thought was, the process was, it's out, by putting it out Monday, they're thinking it's already done by Friday, right? So even if you put it out Friday at 5 o'clock on your way out the door, that's fine, it's not, the thought is we don't really do a lot last minute in this district, so we're pretty well prepped, and so if it's done, just like, could you release it, but not to say to your point, yeah, not if you're going rushing, but if it's done by Friday at 5, just hit go then versus when we get in Monday at 9. Because when I wake up Monday, that's pretty much when I check my email and I can see if we pushed out on that email, the agenda.
I've always found it a little personal, activity that it's so close to the week. I unfortunately have time on Fridays to check these things. But it's always been just like the advance doesn't make any sense. But I'm also sensitive to the time that it takes cabinet and staff to put those things together on top of the regular duties, so, part of the reason I just have no.
There's another consideration on that, you publish to the board on Wednesday night, and you publish to the board on Friday night. That means the board has to see it those 2 days. And the public will see it before you.
Yeah.
You wait till the weekend.
The public's already seen, yeah, absolutely.
but that's on.
That's a personal responsibility.
Yeah, I think that was one of the logistics of the meeting to publish it to the public. Please.
So,
It's not private,
It's not, yeah, I mean,
it's not secret.
it seems like, we're gonna, bring the topic for cabinet discussion, and then, I'll let, the superintendent work with you on the details of that, but I've thought of 3 or 4 implications of this discussion too, and I haven't gone on because it's gonna take us a long time to get through that topic, so I'm suggesting that we let this cabinet take a look at it, and, let the superintendent come back to you with whatever it wants to propose.
Just get it done, right?
Okay, so I'm gonna,
Thank you.
So-
Continue that?
yeah, what I thought I would do now is just kind of go through fairly quick. I think we've set kind of the big rocks in place for this agenda plan review. So now I'm just gonna go through each page of it.
Mike, we need to start sharing again. I took over, so I can shut down. Cheers. Sorry.
Jared. That is it. All right. So I'm just, was scrolling down to the different board meeting dates. We covered September, I think, the WASDA General Assembly, and then October.
But I think on October 12th, because we've got head count by October 12th, don't we? So it is sort of head count of kids in school, kids in virtual, you know, I think it's just, because that's when we actually have numbers. Where is there the decline, do we have an influx in something, you
So
know?
enrollment,
Enrollment,
update.
We
But
have
like-
our official October 1 enrollment counts.
yeah, but I think an enrollment updated talk at this time to the community about how many heads are in classrooms, how many heads are in virtual. Is there a difference? Did we have do we have more kindergartners than we could imagine, or more first graders than we could have imagined? You know, where are those kids sitting?
Hopefully more first graders, because the kindergartens didn't come last year.
Yeah, so that's it, I
So
think,
October 12th, okay.
yeah, that's something, because you'll have the count, they'll give you days to really figure out.
Yes.
What are are there any ahas or concerns?
Is that WASDA General Assembly, is that the legislative one?
It's a big one.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
That's what WASDA.
No, that's General
This is
Assembly.
This is
That's
General
different.
Assembly, this is where he votes on the priorities.
All right, but you've chosen not to go to Spokane, can you attend virtually?
I can attend virtually.
I thought the general, that's not the big, that's not the one.
No, this is where
No,
the
no,
legislative.
that's in
process
November.
vote On
But
all the measures,
But this is the one that most of the legislative reps go to.
yeah.
Why they call it a general assembly, I don't understand, because they used
That's
to,
the one that we went to.
Yeah.
they used to call it the legislative.
Assembly, it used to be the
Because
legislative
Right.
they're
assembly.
doing something more though, because I've
Yeah.
been seeing some of those.
It's
They're
funny,
doing
isn't it?
more than
They are
They'll be
doing
on
all
Zoom.
the
They're
equity,
Yeah.
yeah, that's parent weekend, so I'll be in Pennsylvania. I'm
God,
bragging.
I don't know when parent week is.
Right. It'll be October 12th.
Yeah,
October 26th, we have capital levy drafts, and also general fund levy draft, educational program operations.
and those could be quite meaty, and all of that has to do with students and buildings and.
When do we have, if we're planning for a levy or a bond in February, what's the cutoff date now, November?
It's early December, so we structured the board approval in November. So that will be the November 23rd.
Okay.
In the business column, second from the right, we have the approvals of the two loans. Right here.
That will be approved, gotcha.
So on November 23rd, the 6-8 science and chemistry adoption, that, because it's second reading, doesn't it go in consent? Or is it out there just in case there is something that needs to be rediscussed?
The second reading usually goes on consent, but I think we kept it in that column so that you could see that we'll do the first reading on November 9th, and then it's under the instructional materials.
Okay,
I think we have to.
Okay.
So I'm going to continue. November 18, 20 was the annual conference. We've already covered the transfer. Okay, December, we have one board meeting, one regular board meeting in December. Recognitions, board viewer, and fiscal outlook.
One thing we did say for Shelley and Peter for the iReady, we really like that recognition, but recognition, we love recognition, but we can't have 30 minutes of 50 kids coming in for iReady. And so if somehow it needs to be tightened, if we'll propose a video, so we can get the kids in, but it's not 30 minutes of principal student, which we love, but it's 30, So if we can give recognition and all the recognition that's due in a concise time, so that parents and students and staff all feel really appreciated, but it's not 30 minutes. And I did congratulate a young man in my neighborhood who was out playing this summer with his iReady sign. And I said, were you the iReady champ? He goes, yes, congratulations. He was so happy that he got recognized in the neighborhood. So great signage, keep the signage up.
So I'm down to January 11th, board annual regular meeting schedule. And this looks like it might be one of those meetings where we will find some kind of a topic to expand on a little bit, 15 minutes or so for discussion or to highlight students' achievement.
Like we thought, maybe an instructional review summary here, because we will have been about 6 weeks past the last instructional review.
It'd be like a midpoint.
Yeah.
So we could do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up our, this year's annual meeting plan to see.
Well, I'm wondering too, because that's the last regular meeting before we move into these monthly, strategic monitoring, but maybe a overview of what the special meetings that we'll be doing. So it's like 15 minutes, so that it's sort of, you know, it's
Preview.
a preview of what's to come. So the
Instructional.
community knows what we'll be doing for the next month.
Next one.
So that would be in
Like-
January
like-
11th.
I think January 11th, because it's the week before the next, the first one, it's, you know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, just to inform the community of what the board will be doing for study sessions for strategic projects, initiative monitoring, whatever it is.
The theme that, you know, we've talked about for a day and a half, Mike and team, is that the community understands the work that we're doing and has alignment to the work that we're doing, and everybody can understand the work that we're doing. Not just an hour of beautiful presentation, just the meat, you know, not 5 minutes, but enough where the community understands the work. It centers on the work of children, right, centers on the work of children, but our public understands, this is why we're aligned, this is what we're working on. Okay, and that's gotta, you gotta use that framework.
So, I'm looking at last year's, meeting schedule. And we had, in October, we had a social emotional support update. And, that is like, when they do national surveys, one of the most biggest concerns going back to school right now. And I'm wondering, it could easily fit into that, school reopening update unless it's a bigger chunk.
Our thinking on that was to place it in two places. One would be an update on what we've done to prepare, particularly for the first 5 days of school, and that SEL
Okay.
on-ramp there. So it will have a place kind of as a supplement in the school, probably on the 20th.
And they'll talk about the counselors and the
Exactly.
social
Yeah,
workers
just
and,
the infrastructure that was put into place, built by ESSER funds.
and training and,
Training,
yeah.
the whole,
Okay.
yeah. And then the kind of the deeper dive is in that first study session, because SEL shows up really prominently in
January,
that
okay.
first strategic initiative. So we're gonna go deeper dive, in January.
And in January, would we have data, that, shows the status of schools, students, really, this year, this school year?
We will have
Like, will we
fall
have
baseline panorama.
Mhm.
We will have that, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we can say, okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Perfect,
So it's gonna
thank
show
you,
up in 2 places.
Yeah. thank you.
Right, so this brings us to January 18th, and this is the first of 4 of those special meetings where we will combine 3 initiatives and use an in-depth look at the progress we're making on these initiatives. Going on to January 25th.
Okay,
Sure.
sorry to interrupt there, and I'm looking again at our last, so comprehensive sexual health education curriculum, that is new this year, correct? This is the first year that we're doing K-12?
Yes, well, yes. We have curricula that we're implementing, but our curriculum is aligned with, this is when the law says it is in effect, yes.
Right,
What date is that on?
it's not on our calendar.
It's not on the calendar.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a need to better understand what that looks like. There just seems to be a lot of confusion out in the community about,
I think the
But
K-5, there's.
I will also say we have reviewed the curriculum,
Yes.
so I'm not sure that that's really
Opening
needed.
Pandora.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of willful confusion.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
But actually, but to that point though, what would be really helpful is if we could maybe put together either I call it a cheat sheet or talking points for directors so that we can easily access, because the questions I get are, where is it, how do I find it, where is the whatever mandate, just like all those questions that we're all hearing. If you could give us a one-pager with hyperlinks so that we could just say, here's where you find it, here's the law, here's the, you know,
Here's the law.
here's what, you know, because that, classified.
I like that too, because I got a phone call, I got an email and a phone call, and I called an individual. We talked for about 30 minutes on that subject. So it would be good to have somewhat of a cheat sheet on that.
Yeah, and just.
And where they can go to see the curriculum online, or see the law. I was able to give them the RCW, but you know, the things like that are important so that we can share that. Not that I didn't want to talk with them, but I spent 30 minutes on, and then it wasn't a bad conversation. They said all the nice, pretty things you want to hear people say.
And I think if like, so if they really are concerned, that we can really clarify their understanding and help them, guide them, because, you know, our website is beautiful, but sometimes I stumble on how to get to some things.
Go ahead, Mike.
January 25th, this seems like one of those 4 meetings where we will come up with a copy of the appropriate in or so, at least, highlighted. We will.
Because that's our only meeting in January too, right? Or is that our second
Actually, no,
meeting in January?
Yeah, January 11th, and then the special meeting on February 18th.
Okay.
So
Okay, I
can
understand.
we move school board recognition to January 11th at the beginning of the month rather than at the end of the month?
Yeah,
Is that better?
Yes.
yeah.
It just seems like if you're
You're
gonna.
playing with
Yeah.
fire.
So on the 25th, is that
It's my
the
favorite
day?
recognition all year,
Is-
being put on the spot.
What, I don't know when Martin Luther King Day is. Is that the day after? Or because we've got the Olympic, you know,
Isn't,
17?
I don't have my calendar.
on Monday?
Yes.
Yeah, but see, that meeting is on the 25th, is the second, so is that the 24th?
It's the 17th, it's.
17th? So it's right before. our
Monday the
special meeting.
17th.
So, there's not very much on the 25th.
But I think to your point about Martin Luther King Jr. Day being the week before, is there not an opportunity for some sort of recognition or something about diversity, inclusion, something that could be timely to Martin Luther King
On
Jr.
the
Day?
11th.
We actually have the equity and access piece. Yeah, I think it's a yes and. I mean,
Okay.
on January 18th, at the study session, which will be the day,
but then
the day
public-
after MLK days, but we're gonna call out our work toward equitable outcomes and strategic initiatives.
Yeah.
So that'll be kind of, more robust, I guess.
Can we do that on the 11th then? If the day is the 17th, we want to do it before, not
But I
after.
think we've already put some stuff on the 11th, so we're looking for stuff for the 25th. Oh, it's not typed up, it was suggested.
There's not much on the 11th.
On the 11th, we have the IR instructional review summary that we put in there. We're going to preview the strategic plan initiative work session. We haven't added these yet.
But no, but it was previewing what we're gonna do on the 18th and thereafter.
Then we also moved the school board recognition. So we have 3 items.
On the
Or
11th.
you can do the equity piece on the 11th and do the IR piece, you know, the 19th, 18th or 19th, so we're on Tuesday.
We could pull that out as a preview to what you'll see on the 18th, at the study session.
Yeah, well, maybe that's what it is, it's the 11th is the preview to the 18th, and then the 25th could be a preview to the rest of it, or conclusion to what we did on the 18th.
Or we can just get rid of the meeting if we don't need it.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking if we could push all
We don't
that.
have to keep filling
Well,
stuff
if
where
we
if
could
we
push
don't.
that to 1 meeting.
I mean, to
in
have
January.
when I'm listening and hearing, having a preview for a meeting we're about to have, just seems
Yeah.
kind of silly to me.
I was gonna ask about that, because I'm not sure, when we set the stage for this particular segment, I'm not sure, understood, did you defer the concept of consolidating the general meetings for a later date, like after, like post-pandemic, or?
Yeah, we're gonna look at it next year. We decided this was not the year to do that, I guess.
I think that more importantly, I think the concept is we are not going to one meeting a month. We're gonna stay at our normal cadence, which is 2 meetings a month, unless there are months where we don't need a second meeting, and there already are months like that.
Right,
like-
or just not that meeting.
Yeah,
It's just,
meeting.
we just don't, yeah, exactly, and but it's as far as, we're not changing our policy to go to one a month. I guess that's,
Yes.
which is super important for
Yeah,
us.
thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I
Can I
didn't-
offer my question for the 25th though? We really don't know what's gonna happen when schools reopen, even with masks and our vaccine, that we might need to have to hold something because we might have to have a serious update or a serious readjustment.
So I would counter, because I think you're absolutely right. What I would, because if we're, like, as in the planning process, if we're struggling to fill it, I would lean towards, for the calendar, not having a second meeting. It's easier to have a special meeting, to your point, right? So if we have an outbreak, or if we have something where you guys are, like, we need to get you around the table, then we can call a special meeting. But what we probably shouldn't do is cancel a regular board meeting. Right, so if once we put the calendar on there with all of our regular board meetings, even if it's a 5-minute meeting, we're gonna meet, right, like, it's just gonna happen.
It's already scheduled, so
But
we approved it like 2 years ago.
But I think, like, even last year, we changed the times after this meeting, like, I think
Yeah.
the public's used to this meeting kind of being our refining process with the calendar and times and different things, so if we come out of today and say, look, we don't need 2 meetings in January, but then to your point, if we have a situation, we can always have a special meeting knowing that Tuesday is available.
Because it could happen October, November.
It could happen at any
December,
point,
March,
yeah, it could happen at any point, but I kind of agree, like, filling a meeting to fill it doesn't feel right, but also, that still maintains space. And that's just an idea.
You guys have, like, enough of the gist of what we're talking about?
Yeah, let me-
Kind of reconfigure all these.
Yeah.
You do,
I know I do on this, and I'm keeping notes, and I'm sure everyone else is curious. Can I, try a summary of what I'm thinking and where the thoughts went to was to cancel January 11th.
January 25th.
25th.
I'm sorry. January 11th.
January 25th.
25, okay, I'm sorry.
We move everything on the 25th to the 11th.
Yeah, so, so the things that we talked about doing on the 11th, we'll do on the 25th.
Yep, vice versa.
Other way
Vice
around.
versa, stuff that's on the 25th, we should be allowed to.
Because then we're still meeting the 11th. we're meeting
We
the
want you to
15th.
sweat right after the new year. We want you to do all of that work in a week.
All right,
Let's move on.
and,
Yeah, because that way, because December we only meet once, right? So we won't have met for a month, so I think canceling the meeting makes sense.
all right, so should I move on?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so then January 30th, 31, we have the legislative conference, Boston. And February 8th, budget development, student rep selection for the school board and budget board.
Gosh, it's at that time again?
Time goes fast, Paul, it's fast by.
February 15th, we have the second for strategic progress monitoring session.
When is President's Day? Is it the following week?
Yeah.
The 20th.
21st usually.
And then, of course, we have the foundation annual breakfast on the way to get out. That's included. March 8th is enrollment outlook. This is where we actually give you the projections based on the actual October enrollments. And we'll also take a look at capacities at that time too. March 15th, third of 4, strategic progress monitoring. March 22, Martin Luther King Essay Awards. Communication plan update, budget development review. Special meeting, annual conference, NSBA, April. I'm going to pass on, I added this goal here, I guess. April 19th, board goals, progress review.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the 22nd of March, we have a Snohomish County Human Services Student Support Advocate Program. Is there any way that we can take that out of just the consent agenda and wrap it into some type of social emotional support or?
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've got, and it's, glad you brought that up. So in our notes here, there's 3 or 4 things that's from the consent agenda that I'm just putting a little note, like an expose or a highlight or spotlight, we can call them, 5-minute piece that would normally just go in the consent agenda, but just spotlighting and making connections on. So we'll do that with this group.
Yeah, yeah. Because at that particular point in time, if we have some kind of outbreak in January, what's the pulse of social emotional support or additional support necessary for students? We could have that as an opportunity to wrap that together, to provide what do we do, what do we need to do, what are we thinking in the future we need to do, you know, things like
Can you
those.
scroll back up, please? So along that line, then on the April 10th is the Northwest Regional Learning Center agreement, is that Snow Isle?
No, that, you said November,
No, April 10th, April 19th.
April 19th.
Northwest Regional Learning Center agreement?
No, that's a special for significant
Learning
services.
Okay, because a question, I don't know if we need a special session but it came up by a community member, and then I don't disagree, an update on CTE. Because a lot of changes have happened with CTE and dual credit and.
Part of our normal meeting schedule, we're going to.
Is that one of the deep dives?
It's a deep dive.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
We've also got
okay.
a note, it's maybe an opportunity on November 23 to spotlight program evaluation that's in the consent agenda that's on a recurring basis.
Okay. Because I think that there's, I think- say this again?
It's regarding that email we got regarding the CTE, like, you don't think you want the same CTE update, you want a little more.
Well, and I think because there've been changes, especially with our pathways, and do parents and families really know the opportunities? And a lot of dual credit changes have happened with CTE, and 24 credit goes in this, so I think that I think we need a redo. And I appreciate the community member and however it is spoken to us, offers it.
I think they were more insistent about us taking the tour of
Taking a tour.
We
Well,
have taken it to.
Yeah, so
That was a
that's an
cool tour.
opportunity, but we had this discussion this past year that our Snow Isle and our other skill center, that's the word,
Yeah.
words I was looking for, that our skill centers need to be a part of that CTE update. Because they're not our schools, but we offer their program. So we need to make sure that parents know that that's an opportunity as well.
Well, we send them to, especially now we have 2, right?
Yeah, our students attend them.
Yeah, so our
as well.
students attend them, so what are our students attending, what could they attend? The breadth and depth of
But one
benefits to
other-
the students.
One other thing that jumped out at me is we have a new dual language program this year, and it would be great at some point to understand how that's going and what the plans are for next year as we, is that somewhere on there?
We would put that in with our study session 3, where we're talking about initiative C2B, which is flexible learning opportunities and choice programs.
Perfect.
We would do, that would actually be an opportune time, because as you see, that's in March. So it'd be right around like, hey, here's how kindergarten went, and this is what we're doing to roll up into
perfect.
first. So
Perfect.
that'll be a part of that strategic initiative update, yes. Kind of the nice thing about having the strategic initiative and updates is this is our work, and this is just giving us a way to be able to organize it, present it in a really meaningful way.
Well, and kind of to Dr. Gorman's point too, of like, yes, so people can make our thinking visible. We want to have these special meetings so we can do it in a deeper dive, but if we are doing, this is what kindergarten was like, this is what, and prepare for, is that not the time for communications to just send out something? The board had a special study session, they learned about this, we want parents to know, there's still opportunity for you to enroll your kids, or whatever the messaging is.
Sure, I'll get with communications, they've done a great job messaging, so what I'll do is we'll just what were some things that we could message out to inform
So
the
maybe,
community, right?
we get a lot of programming messaging, maybe this is an opportunity to show the board's work and the school's work.
And that's prime time, because it's March 15th.
Yeah, not
That's
a
right
problem.
when we're doing recruitment for kindergarten and
And
in
especially
And then
like in
all
our
these abbreviations
schools.
like CT, I don't know what you said, CTFB, or we'll explain what these, you know.
Yeah, but if, you know, if there's meat that comes out of these, is there a way for the community to know the business of the district in a press release, in a communications email,
In
in
that,
something?
that newsletter, Our School, it's a good opportunity. I don't know the periodicity for that one. I know it's fall and spring. But in the spring, how well the dual language program went. And gearing them up to reapply, you know, for those new kindergartners coming in for the following year. Or in our school in the fall, what can we do as far as the updates that we did in getting back to school? You know, how we use the funds from the federal government, how we're, you know, preparing, all of that. Because there are a lot of people in our district who don't have kids in school. And they should know some of the things that what we're doing, especially with the Easter money in the fall. And that our school goes to everybody, right?
Yeah.
All voters,
Yeah, and
all residents.
Yeah, an email only goes to parents,
Exactly.
so yeah. But, you know, the best way for communication, to communicate the work of the board and the awesome work of the
Never
district.
hurts to over communicate, and we're gonna do that.
I don't know what we
Kathy
Oh, that's
is,
good.
Kathy is as
Oh.
well.
You're here? Oh, hey.
So we're good. All right, so I'm going to move us on to May 10th, ASB budget presentations, AP calculus, statistics, adoption, first reading. May is a busy month. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 meetings, board meetings, special meetings that are very tight, so you can kind of read through them. I'll skip down to May 24th.
I have a question. Can we move the calculus adoption into late April? Just given that ASB presentation is at least an hour, it's usually about an hour and 15 minutes,
And adoptions are usually 45 minutes.
or they're,
I guess
you know,
it's one
30
of
minutes or so.
It's AP Calc, I mean, it's not a very,
It's a small one.
Okay,
it's
small.
it's a
Yeah.
smaller one, and I think the only reason that we asked where it was placed is so that we could make sure that we have enough runway to actually get the adoption done, and then also have enough runway to order the materials so that we can do training at the end of the year. But if we need to move it, we probably could adjust. It's not a very big adoption.
It's just a question, looking at the different meeting balances, you know, one's really light and one's
So, I'm sorry, you wanted to move it to
April
April
19th.
19th?
Would I defer to you if that's not enough time to get the adoption done? Then we can keep it where it is.
I can certainly check.
As long as there's not going to be a test.
Yeah, on that one.
All right. I will move us on, if that's okay.
Yes.
Special meeting in June, retiree recognition event, June 14th. Second reading of the UP vision from arts adoption. Retiring, recognition for retiring student representatives.
Should say graduating student representative, I don't think graduating.
Retiring, that's not something that happens.
You know, and later in life, this is the next step, this is a glorious step.
Graduate.
Retiring is also glorious, but you're like, you know, hopefully later in life.
Oh, let me get a taste of it.
Yeah, but see, that's a whole, it's a whole like income.
Okay, I will move us on. Commencement ceremonies, Sequoia and spring commencements.
I have a question, sorry, for commencement, because it was really nice this year. Like, I mean, I got so much positive feedback from the commencement, I mean, you know, so are we just gonna go back to the Xfinity Center, or is there any possibility of keeping it
I
outside?
think we had a contract with, right? Was it a contract?
Oh, we have
Yeah,
a
we're signed up for the next 7 years or so.
Yeah,
Yeah, we haven't put money, I mean, this isn't like we're locked in, but we have dates set with them. And the reason is other schools. within the district.
I also have to say, I thought it was awesome, and I got so much great feedback, but to rely on Sun on
Yeah.
June 18th every single year, to me, is not a sure thing.
They've already done that,
Yeah.
and it works.
It was wonderful this year, and we were lucky.
Yeah, but I think too, Xfinity, I don't even for Jackson, we don't have to limit enrollment, I mean, attendance.
Participation, yeah.
Tickets and stuff, because it fits, 12,000 people or whatever. I probably just completely doubled the size of the building. But I do know that the parking, we had delays at the Everett, at the Memorial Stadium because of parking. And where Everett, you've got streets and streets and streets around the Memorial Stadium, those police were working their tails off trying to get people parked in time, and I felt bad for families that were still driving around while the service started. Yeah, even though it was a beautiful day, it was a beautiful ceremony.
I just thought I asked.
Yeah.
To inside.
No, I grew up in California, it was all outside.
Well, I put neighboring
If
districts
we
do it all
have the
outside.
same conditions and it warrants us, we would still like to have it outside.
It's nice to have it as a back pocket.
Yeah,
As
yeah, it's nice that we own the.
And a number of other districts also came.
Yeah.
Oh, and they had it at
Yeah.
ours?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, quite a few
Stevens
times.
did, and yeah, they were very happy.
But I think we were very fortunate with the weather.
Yeah.
There were a
Yes.
number of events at the stadium during that.
Well, no, the best thing was Jackson having the full orchestra and the full band, I mean, that was glorious. So, but anyway, that was just glorious.
Okay, so I moves on to June 28th, board workshop planning and recognition of new administrators. July. Budget adoption, first reading, July 5th.
Are we doing new administrators?
Like, I was thinking
Did I
that,
skip
we're,
some?
no, it's
June
incorrectly placed, we won't have them until July 1 and 2 on our bus tour for the induction. But typically, we announce them on the first month, so the first meeting in July. So it'd be July 5.
Move that to July 5th.
Or we could do what we did, that's what we're gonna do next Tuesday, just in, move it to August.
That's why July 5, because it's a Monday? I'm on the right year? No, I'm on the wrong year, sorry.
July 1 is Friday.
First, that was a personal problem.
July 5 is.
Is it Tuesday?
I like meeting the new administrators in August, personally, because July 1 is the 4th of July weekend, let's be honest. It's not a great time. And 2, you meet them and then you go away forever. Whereas in August, you meet them and then you roll into the school year. That would be my preference.
August.
I think that's what we're doing.
This is
Yeah,
right
we're doing it
here.
Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, so, isn't it on this year's calendar under September?
It is for any additional ones.
Okay,
that are-
thank you. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so move recognition of new administrators to August 25.
Yes.
23.
23 it is.
There is no August 25.
I have a question about, here, I need my mouse, sorry. The Imagine Learning, and the Springboard contract, when renegotiating a contract, is there any way that we haven't had a literacy, study session? Can we bring that out of just the consent agenda and have, at the end of the year, any statistics, data showing how we perform on literacy as during that particular time, and saying we're renewing the contracts, wrap that all together so we can find out how well we're doing in that regard? Is it too soon? Will we not have had enough information to provide a status report on third grade literacy at that time?
So we will have some updates embedded in the study session 2 in February 15th around those vertically aligned models and frameworks, specifically in instruction. That study session will give you some information around what we're using, how we're doing, that literacy update that you're looking for? Are you thinking more of a
End of the year.
annual, end of year, here's how we've done?
Yes, end of the year, because that's one of our key, performance outcome is third grade literacy. At the end of the year, right before we're renewing the contracts, how well did we do at the end of the year, at the end of the school year? How well did our kids do as far as that goes? And then, oh,
Is that
by the way,
information
we're
we can
also
get?
renewing the contracts too, and here they are.
June 28th.
And this is
And
what
then
they
June
need.
28th, we should probably have SBA data by then.
Like July 5th? Or when?
By July 5th, typically speaking, we have preliminary reports by mid to end of June, but we don't have scrubbed reports with all of our accurate student data and things like that. I think it will be a push in July.
I don't think you're gonna pull, I don't think you're gonna pull it off. Because you gotta give the public and the board the real information, how you get on
So
that
it
data.
would be August or September next year.
That would be more typical.
It'd be more comprehensive.
More real.
Yeah, that would be.
For that, so we couldn't do it on that June 28th one at the end of the year?
I don't think that we'll have the data back from OSPI.
Okay.
Can I say something I don't see on here, so I wonder the reason, anything about progress to graduation, status post-graduation, did I miss it someplace?
So some of those are embedded in the strategic initiatives. So specifically under, where did it
It'll be a different presentation than you, it's gonna be better than strategic plan.
go? Sorry,
Session
like that.
2,
Thank you.
yeah.
So it would be, yes, thank you, Peter. Strategic initiative C1A, which is identifying, removing barriers to authentic learning and high expectations, engaging in some of those pieces around college career readiness, our pathways to graduation. Those pieces would be embedded in that strategic study session.
But not have to, but it's like the status to graduation, like how many kids are failing, how many kids
What does
are
that tell
meeting
you though?
standards.
Because that presentation to me just tells me that we have some kids that are gonna be on track to graduate, some kids aren't, and those kids need support. And I feel like it's this, it's not, there's no actionable, as a director, there's no, to me, actionable, anything associated that we can help with or support. It's just, okay, we need to get those kids over the line. Yeah. And we say that every single year. Like, there's always a chunk of kids that need, and the graduation rates continue to go up, so we're getting more kids over the line. But to me, that presentation just doesn't inform me a whole lot, other than that there's kids out there graduating, kids that are still not yet there.
Doesn't give you a lot.
Well, maybe it needs to be revamped, because for me, it reinforces to me how hard it is for some kids to graduate, and the services that wrap around the kids that are struggling, and that this isn't an easy road for every kid, and so it is
It highlights what support they need
yeah.
and how we're working
It
towards
doesn't though,
that.
the presentation
But that's why I
we
said so it
got
could be
doesn't
redone.
highlight.
That's what
But
it's,
if
that's
it
the
could be
intended
redone.
hope, is that it will
But the
allow.
people that are doing that work know what they need.
Presentation issue, right?
No, but it's this, the public knowing how hard we're working
Yeah.
and getting.
It'll be different because
Kids-
it'll be.
I just wondered, but it's a refresh, but just so the public can know how hard staff and students work to get to graduation. Some kids, it's easy, but the kids who it's not easy for, this is how many kids and my grammar is horrible, that it's not easy for. What are we doing for them? What are the supports? What is their pathway? Some of these kids might be summer graduation, but I just think the public needs to know how hard we work.
What if we did something like, at like the June 28th?
Not you guys.
Like as a district, at the June 28th meeting, where we heard about who got over the finish line, who didn't, and kind of almost like, so it's not, to your point, Caroline, there's nothing actionable for the board, right? But it is good to know, and so that it could be, here's where we stand, this is how many kids are in graduation recovery, this is how many kids, this is where the graduation rate stands right now, here's how many fifth years we've got over the finish line. I mean, at least that is interesting and useful at that point in time, but earlier, like the progression part, we can't.
A thought might be, so that's part of the item. So your June 28th is, how did the year end? Here's a component of this, here's a component of this, here's a component of this. So from social emotional learning, all the way to commencement, all the way to graduation, this is where we landed. So I think one is, you're not getting the same report you had every year, and it's not really, and the public is seeing the fruit of the labor
Yes.
from the staff and the kids. That this is where we began the journey, and this is where we end, this is where we landed.
And we appreciate the fact too that not every kid is ripe June 18th. That's why we have August 23rd or whatever it is to finish the ripening.
And in total transparency, you might say, this is where we still have to grow. The year's ended, and here's the opportunity we got, and here's the opportunity we're gonna work on in the fall. It comes to full circle.
Because
Did
we've
you do
got
that
really,
Well, it depends on I think your June's your ending, because July's a little, I don't know, summary's a little, it's summer mode.
The thing that, we still, going back to that third grade literacy, are we going to do that then in August and September? When are we going to do that? If that's one of our strategic outcome priorities, we should be able to know how did we do at the end of the year or that following September or August or whatever.
I think it's gonna have to tie into some data that you really won't get that data till August.
Okay,
But there's gonna be benchmarks along the way that you can see. So
right.
there might be a benchmark even in June. This is where our third graders worked on. This is where they were headed. And in August, we're gonna show you, phonetically, they went up 2-3%. Here's the fruit of the labor. But you're gonna see that after you scroll up the data, you should see something in August and September that show that we're making benchmarks on the strategic plan.
August 23rd is when we have the
because-
Washington School Improvement Framework set goals.
But it might take
Because
time.
February won't give us how well they did at the end of the year.
No, but what you're gonna get through the year, through the strategic plan monitoring, is updates of what we're doing for the 6 things.
Right.
There's 6 things, and one of them is literacy. Here's what we've been doing to get us here.
So we're close to an hour over our time.
And we're finishing really pretty much on time.
this is so valuable though.
Consistently.
Is there anything else? Are we at the end? Yeah.
So you okay with everything? Okay.
Okay, do people need a 5-minute break or can we move to capital levy?
Do we need to gather lunch or?
What's the next one you're talking about?
Well, yeah, so capital levy is,
Yeah.
oh, it's an hour. Do we want to do lunch and then sit down?
We can grab our lunch and then sit down for the capital levy presentation.
People want to do that?
Yeah, I mean, just sit there.
You okay with the working lunch while we do capital levy and then we go like to roundtable? Are you okay with that?
Oh, I see lunch is served after,
Well, it's 11:40 now, we're a full hour.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is it 11:40?
I think we should sit and talk about it another 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get lunch and sit back down and we'll start on capital levy. If we need to use the restroom, please just do so.
Is that okay, Mike?
Yes.
And everybody else is still waiting on us?
Okay with me? Thank you.
No, yes, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lunch and sit down, guys, 5 minutes max. We're practicing our 5-minute breaks, which have not been successful so far. Yeah. People like Pam getting in conversations and not getting her lunch. These are the things we're practicing.
Go fast.
Oh, he's outside. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, let's go ahead and get started. So join us as soon as you can.
Looks like Andrew's 10 seconds from being here, so I'll just wait a minute. 10 seconds.
Geez, they're all in favor.
We failed our 5-minute break again.
This is the practice.
I'm like the worst for friends.
Guys,
So hard.
get this right.
Okay, I am going to go ahead and start our presentation and discussion around the capital levy update. So our objectives this morning are twofold. This afternoon. We are going to provide you with updated information on a proposed February 2022 capital levy proposal, and also to obtain guidance from you on the priorities for that levy. And I wanted to be clear about the second of those. Our intention is to bring to you in October a draft capital levy resolution and ask you to consider approving that resolution in November. So after this meeting, October is the draft, November is the approval. And that is so we can get it to the county in early December. So today, we are asking you to give us clear guidance, and consensus is really our goal on what to bring back to you in October in the draft resolution. I'm going to provide you with an overview, a quick overview. I can do it manually. See, I only had it in my hands about 2 minutes. So Jared will put us back on track with the presentation. So the second slide is really going over the objectives that I just went over with you, and then also an overview. So I'll give you a verbal overview. First, we're going to review some of the information that we have shared with you over the last 1.5 or 2 years. I will also provide you some adjustments that we would suggest be made to the original 2020 bond package. And the reason is that over the last 2 years, it's because we actually prepared that resolution and package in late 2019. So it's been about 2 years. And things have changed. We've received funding for some things. We've gone ahead with some of the projects, and we have adjustments to cost estimates on some of those. So we have some adjustments that we would suggest to the original 2020 bond package. We also have 2
about what technology would be included in a capital levy proposal. That was one of the requests that we had, I think, April, you may have had that request. So we provided that to you in the form of an attachment or document. Next slide. Now I'm going to go, again, I talked about two things I'm going to really focus on. Tax rates, the first one. So the next 8 or 9 slides, I'm going to be really focusing on the tax rates. After that, I'll get into the dollars. So the next slide, the one up on my page here, talks about good time. It's getting hard to. I haven't even touched it. Okay, I'm sure. Yeah, we're good. You make it so that the one on the left is. Okay. All right, so I'm on to, oops. This slide. The only new information is in yellow at the bottom, and I will point out that those are estimated property tax rates for 2022. They've gone down just slightly based on updated information from the county. The next slide, property rates in Snohomish County. This slide has not changed at all since May, and what it really shows is that compared to the other school districts in the county, Everett, in terms of the total rate, is about 4th from the top.
And Mike, can I just also point out, this does not include any state levy rates.
Absolutely, this is, you're right, there's so many caveats I could add to these. That is a really important one I should have added. And that is, what you're looking at are the property tax rates that are attributed to the Everett Public Schools that go directly to us. In addition to this, a normal property owner is going to be paying part of their sales tax or property tax to the state to fund all of the programs the state does, including some education, but also fire districts, water and sewer districts, and other, maybe library districts, other special service districts have the ability to impose taxes on property. So this is by no means the total tax rate. All right, the next slide. Potential school construction assistance funds. This is.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
That's a total tax rate per home or on average?
This is the total tax rate that we apply to all properties. And this is the tax rate in terms of dollars per thousand. So if your home is worth $100,000, then you'll pay this times 100.
But since we can only collect up to a set limit.
Yes.
At what point does the rate actually, as a percentage of my property value, go down?
It will go down.
Because the district has collected up to their limit.
Okay, so
That's a confusing
really
thing.
good question. Okay, so
Because
remember.
especially as houses have now in the south end over $1 million.
Yes.
I do not believe I'm paying tax on all of that $1 million because I think there's a cap on certain.
No, you are, your rate's just going down.
Yeah.
That's,
The rate
that's,
itself goes down.
that's,
So as the values go up, the value of the property, the rates go down.
yes,
Unless you're talking about a city
yeah,
imposed
yeah,
tax,
it's
they may
absolute
apply
fix.
a specific rate.
Yeah, because
For us, yeah.
I feel angst personally about, if I see these tax rates and if I try to do the head math, oh my gosh, but that the head math really isn't accurate because it goes down because my personal goes down because my house is valued, it's so high. And that's what's confusing.
So
So-
you're gonna still feel it though. I mean, it kind of does, it's just the rate that goes in, so like, when your house doubles in price, your taxes are gonna be more.
Yes.
Like, so it's, yeah, so just,
But not.
No, not
more
for the school district.
not, no, we're still getting the rate on, if it's assessed at, yeah.
That's what I think we need clarity on, is the houses are going up.
Most people don't understand that, because a lot of taxing authorities have a set percentage.
Yeah,
And if your house goes up, you're paying a lot
Yeah,
more taxes.
yeah.
With the school district taxes, if your house goes up, your rate goes down.
And
You
I
pay-
think that's a nice message,
It's a really hard one to.
It
and I know, but it's hard.
understand.
but that's what I think is confusing, is houses go up, then I have people going, oh my gosh, my taxes are going, yes, they are, but it's not like the school district's making more. And I think that's we're not getting more, it's, Jeff, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, I was just gonna say there is one cap, that's for districts who are based upon the first student, of which we are. Some of the rural districts are, that rate, and therefore, it will affect other districts' taxes and that's just a cap.
Yeah, no, because our old modeling used to be on a $350,000 house, but now I don't even know what the median house price is in our district.
You see here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that needs to go up.
So the slide that I have up on the screen is a good way it shows you the decrease on the right-hand side over time in the tax rates in the Everett Public Schools. The reason that those rates are going down over time is because primarily increase in assessed valuation. As the value go up, the rates go down, but also we're paying off bond debt. Remember, we failed,
Yeah.
we did not pass a
Yeah.
bond or two or three. And that would take that amount out of our debt structure, so our rates would down. But primarily, it's a function of assessed valuations going up. Okay, so back to the potential school construction assistance funds. A reminder, these monies are only collected if those projects are actually constructed. Maybe self-evident that I pointed out. Also, those monies are not guaranteed. We're really pretty sure we're gonna get them, but there's no guarantee from the state.
So is this money from the 2016 that we're looking at, or is this money that, based on what you're proposing for the capital levy, we could get?
Yes,
Second part,
second,
the yes.
the latter. So these projects are all projects that were in the 2020 bond proposals that did not pass. And now we are going to consider whether they should be on the levy in 2022 coming up, or if they'd be pushed off to a future bond.
Oh, okay, so these were the school assistants from the 2020. Are they actually things, projects you might want to consider?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, that's why I put them on there, because we could get that extra money if they're on the levy. Okay, now I'm going to start running through some illustrative options. Capital levy option, illustrative option number one. The thing that has changed here, one thing has that the tax rate for that amount, for the 144 million over 6 years, the tax rate has gone from 456 down to 394. That has gone down because assessed valuations are going up. That's why it's gone down primarily. That one, I just wanted to point out that when we presented this to you in May, we had this option built by taking the bond proposal and breaking it up. That was how we got this. At that time in May, we thought the cost was going to be 144 million. And now I can tell you that we have adjusted our cost estimates and made other adjustments to this package that it would actually cost about 10 million more.
But that 154 is what is the 394?
No, the 394 is applicable to the 144 million. I tried to change as few of the variables on these slides as I could, just to, again, this is a refresh.
But 10 million is not going to change that by
Not a
maybe
whole
2
lot,
cents.
not a whole
Okay.
lot. Nope, so that's illustrative option number one. So the good news is to get 144 million over 6 years, and that includes the 96 million technology work, plus all of the HVAC, roofing, flooring, and safety and security projects in the 2020 bond for a tax rate of 394 per thousand. So that's scenario one. I'm going to go through quickly 2, 3, and 4 for you. Scenario two, 230 million. The rate has dropped down to 436 per thousand. We have added to that scope of the work all the modernize and upgrade school projects from the 2020 bond proposal.
Hey, Mike, can I ask a clarifying
Yes.
question? The 394 is if we did this, is that inclusive of all our local taxing, the 394, or is that just for this capital levy?
No, it's for the total tax rate
That's what I
attributed to
thought.
us.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you go back to the prior slide where it had all the tax rates for the, well, I'll go back 2 slides. Everett would have on the right-hand side.
The
it would
total
be
rate, which
three-
would combine everything, yes,
Right, it would
okay, I
be
just want to clarify that,
394,
it wasn't just for this
Right,
levy.
I know, the rates have come way down,
Oh,
right?
but, so to do this, we'd only be adding 0.3?
Yes. Remember, this is from 2021, and the rates that I'm talking about would go into effect, 2 years later? And your assessed valuations have gone up, so that
Because they're trying to keep a stable tax rate, 0.3 could still be a stable tax rate.
yes.
Well, let's get through the
Yeah, no, I
presentation.
know, but
Yeah, I'm gonna show you some other information.
Yeah.
Being twisted.
You need to compare to the 3. So you guys.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I see.
Okay, so I'm gonna quickly run through these scenarios here. Option 1, option 2, we covered, except that there was one final note I wanted to make. In the note at the very bottom of the page, you're gonna see that it says, if we did that package, we would have eligibility for school construction assistance funds of 13 million.
So would we, so if we only collect 230 and the scope of work is gonna cost us 240, we're leaving 10 million out of the general fund until we get that 13 million from staff.
No, I think we will change the proposal to 240, we just didn't want to change the slide.
Yeah, I've tried to keep the illustrative option 2 the same as you had seen before, just for clarity. So, but to answer your question, the levy proposal would collect 230 million over 6 years. It would allow us to do all those levy projects that we've listed there. Once we did all those, we would be able to receive, we believe, an extra 13 million from the state. And with that money, we would do other capital projects that are on our list of needs that we didn't get funded in.
So can I, I was just gonna explain sort of our philosophy in the district on the SCAP funds, is that we ask for the amount of the project so we know we can complete it. So some districts go out and say it's gonna be 240 million and we might get 10 in SCAP funds, we're only gonna ask for 230. And we choose not to do that for a couple really important reasons. One, we don't get that money until the project is completed. So you need the funding to cover the cost of the project.
I understand how that works.
And then the other thing is it also gives a little wiggle room for, especially in this environment and climate right now, for overruns or potential adjustments as things come up, which like at Woodside, there were drainage issues and things like that. And so it does give you that, a little bit of flexibility in the cost of a project.
No, I'm clear on that. I'm just, we've got 2 different numbers
Yeah.
here. And I'm just wanting to make sure I understand what that was.
But if we agreed on option 2, it would be a $240 million request, and the tax rate would go up
Yes,
for that $13 million possible SCAP.
correct. And the tax rates would go up a little bit higher than what you're seeing at 436.
But also the reference, I know, and this always comes up when we talk about bonds, it's just making sure we're really clear with the community that the money will go not to like the district type facility, it would go back into the school. Is that correct?
It is wherever you would like us to spend.
It's,
So
it
I
just
would say
being,
yes, the
just being
intention is.
clear with the community with the SCAP funding, that we would put it into the school and not a district type facility. Like
Like the CRC.
like the CRT, because that is.
It can go into any capital facility project in the
But
district.
I think as far as the trust factor that we have with the community, it'd be really good to make sure they understand that we understand that the community would love to see
Yes.
us not do that. So,
Yes, it was, okay. Thank you
sounds
very
loud and
much.
clear, yeah, I just wanna make it
I'll put it-
really
I'll
clear.
leave it right there, thank you. Okay, so I'm on option 2, I'm gonna go to option 3. We have the same option as 2, except that we've added the Jackson Elementary School replacement onto that. Price goes up, yeah, the SCAP goes up. So SCAP on option 3 would,
we would get 21.2 million for messing out funding. Yeah, the rate would go up to $4.60 per thousand.
But that's from 3 something, so we're asking for $1, we're starting to get into
Yes,
almost $2 more.
yeah, and again, right now I'm talking tax rates. Here in a little bit, I'm gonna have about 12 slides to cover dollars. So I'm gonna convert what you see in tax rates to dollars.
Thank you.
And it's because, all right, option 4. This is to do all of the projects in the 2020 bond proposal, plus all of the adjusted work that we have identified since then. And I'll give you some examples of that. We have added into the total cost down below. We would keep the price at $445 million. So the price doesn't change, but because of a variety of factors, we'd be able to do other projects. For example, we got state funding to help us do a lot of the work at the vocational building at Everett High and at Jackson. So the price would be adjusted downward. We also would be adding into this scope, we believe, the reader boards at all of our schools that don't have them already. We proceeded with 9 already, and this would give us money to do the rest of them. We would do bleachers at Jackson and Cascade, bleacher replacements. And there's a lot of other projects that we have been made aware of since 2 years ago. We also, for example, would replace, I think it's the Everett Cascade High School Science Building instead of modernizing. That would be one of the, we would pay $5 million more than our estimate and get so much more. So I wanted to point out the difference between a bond and levy. A bond, we are obligated to build the project specifically identified in the bond resolution. In a levy, we will be using the money to address the highest priority needs at the time of the receipt of the money. So we have more flexibility with the levy. And the reason that we're showing the bond package in the context of a levy discussion is because it helps us understand what we can do with that amount. Does that make sense? Yes. All right. So this slide shows the assumptions that we used in preparing these tax rate projections. This information is almost the same as it was back in May. What we've added is that the assessed valuation is about halfway down the slide, the 4th bullet. We previously had future property value increases at 3% a year. We have been asked to show more realistic figures because the rates have gone up so much in the last 10 years. So we've done that. So our future property valuations we have shown are adjusted at 10.31% in 2022. And that's information that we've gotten from Snohomish County. The 8% that we're increasing it in 23 and then the 5% in 2024 is our conservative prediction on what future housing values would look like. And then 3% after that. And I just wanted to point out the last bullet there in context. For the last 9 years, our property values have gone up an average of 9.8% per year, which is really amazing. But the 6 years prior, or the 5 years prior to that, it declined an average of 6.4%. It's, in a sense, similar to the stock market. It goes up, it goes down. We have to predict enough so that we can, come up with tax rates and projections and all that. So our projections, we have adjusted to upward for the next 2 years, to 2 or 3 years anyway, to show what's really happening in the market. The other thing I wanted to point out before I leave the slide, the second bullet, actually the first sub-bullet, it indicates that we have also built into these tax rate projections continuing to run bonds and levies into the future. So for example, in these tax rates, we have included a $300 million bond in 2024.
So those tax rates on the previous slides have cushion in them?
That's the implication there. I'm going to clarify. let me say one more thing about that. So in other words, if we use this levy to take the place of that 2024 bond, we can further reduce the tax rates in the future, because we've built in $300 million worth of debt service that we won't encumber if we don't run that 24 bond. I'll show you some of that information in a minute. Okay, now I'm going to, let's see, this summarizes this sheet. This slide summarizes the information I just gave you. And now the next slide, which is this one, talks about what I just said. It shows that if you eliminate the $300 million capital bond in 2024, it has the effect of not decreasing the first 2 years. We're still at 541. But for the next 2 years, it goes down, the next 2 years, and then the next 2 years. I'll give you an average. This is what happens if we don't make any adjustments, then the rates go up and down a little bit every year anyhow. We can smooth that out by adjusting how we structure our debt. So I'm gonna put it this way. If we eliminate the $300 million capital bond in 2024 and just run the capital levy and run option 4, which is the biggest one, you would have an average property tax rate of about $4.72 over the next 6 years. 6 to 8 years. It's actually 8 years. Let that sink in. 472. Now I'm going to back up and show you that it actually I was saying myself, it would allow you to have the tax rate that is equivalent to almost option 3. Because you're going to be down at 472 for this. 472 happens to be kind of the arithmetic average of those 4 boxes down below. And Jeff and I and his team of consultants haven't worked out all the details, but we think it's going to be around 472 if this happens. So in other words, again, we could run option 4. In our projections, we could eliminate the $300 million bond in 2024 and have a tax rate that is in between these two numbers. It would be about 472 per thousand. I see the wheels turning. But I'll keep going on, because now I'm going to go into dollars. So I'm going to take those 4 scenarios, and I'm going to show how those translate when you look at, so one of these columns here is, the second from the right is the typical home value. So we've used the information from Snohomish County to get the 2021 typical home value in the city of Everett, and then showing the increase that we previously said we were using, 10.318 and 5.
Wait, is this in the city of Everett?
City of Everett.
And the next 2 slides are city of Mill Creek.
Oh, so you did it.
Yeah, see, look at the very top.
Okay.
This is city of Everett. Yeah, you're wondering why your house is worth so much.
Then it's not true reflectance.
I'm going to hit city of Everett, and then
Thank
city of Mill Creek, and then Snohomish County. So I have 12 slides, 4 options, the 4 scenarios for the city of Everett, 4 for Mill Creek, and 4 for Snohomish County.
Thank you for that.
Yes, just a lot of stuff. So what I'm going to ask you to do is pay attention to the stuff in yellow down at the bottom. So again, option 1, 144 million, city of Everett. Option 2, 230 million, city of Everett. Actually, I'm going to go back and just kind of point out. So an average here is around 1,700, which goes back to about what it was in 2020. So again, it emphasizes the idea that this could be considered a state of catch-up. 230 million, option 2, it's about 1,900, which goes a couple hundred up over that.
Correct, but for $100, the district gets $231. That's a pretty good return on investment.
230 million.
Yeah. For $100.
Yeah. And then option 3, 280 million. Again, this is everything in the bond, except 2 elementary school modernizations. I think that's what it does. And this is around 2,000, and it goes to about $300 more than it was in 2020. It is certainly quite a jump, though, from what a taxpayer would be paying in these 2 years. And that's part of the discussion we'll have in a few minutes. Option 4, City of Everett. Around $2,400 is probably a good average there, and it takes you up about $600-700 over that. Remember, these tax rates are based on these amounts. We would actually be, if we decide not to run that 2024 bond, it would lower those tax rates down to more like this scenario, option 3.
Well, and if house prices go up more than expected, then the tax rate would come down again because the AD goes up more
Correct.
than expected, okay.
But the dollars over here on the right would not change.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the good things about this slide, is if you increase this value, you decrease that rate to get the same results.
Oh, okay,
That's why I said,
okay.
we are going to collect a specific dollar amount.
That, yes, so that
And-
is my house price goes up, it's not that my dollar amount goes up, it's that my rate goes down.
Now,
But I mean, it will go up because it's, you know, but I, thank you. I'll talk more.
now, as more homes are built, it spreads the load over the housing. So if you have 5% more homes built, it would have the effect of lowering other people's tax rates better. I'm gonna ask Jeff to answer any more of these tough questions. Okay, now I'm going to, that was the City of Everett. I'm gonna go now to Mill Creek. Housing, typical home values have gone up, certainly in Mill Creek. So you can see that, again, pay attention to the right. Option 1, option 2, option 3, and option 4 for Mill Creek. The difference between this is right around 4,100 or 4,000 is going to be about 1,300 or so. I think all of these areas would be Okay, Sandwich County. The big difference here is the, again, valuation is in between the Mill Creek and Everett. Option 1, 2, 3, and 4. So again, option 4 is around $3,200. It's about $1,200 to $1,000 over the 1920 rates. I keep going back to this because that's the highest rate of the previous year. So this is the schedule coming up. October 26th, draft resolution. November 23rd, consider approving it, and then the election on February 9th. So again, 3 questions for you. I'd like you to think about these personally, write down some notes, or be ready to share out your answers on these. And I'll give you about 3 minutes to do this.
So you want a decision today on which option we like?
No decision, no vote. I like a consensus.
No vote, but what is the consensus on? The option we
Consensus.
like, or the fact that we want to move forward with it?
Both. It's really these 3 questions. And I guess the big one is, what option are you most comfortable with? If everyone picks the same option and don't have any suggestions on how to change it or improve it, then we could be done pretty quickly. If board members are comfortable with different scenarios, I'd like to talk through and see if we can get to some kind of a common ground.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I guess I don't entirely understand the connection between the levy now, and so, for example, if it were to be, say we wanted to get everything done on the failed bond, and we chose the option 4.
Yeah.
What would the plans then be for a bond?
That would be a future discussion, but right now we've been trying to come to some funding mechanism to
provide the money for the 2020 bond package. This option 4 does that. It really begs the question, it raises the question, do we need a 24 bond or not? And because we will be able, with the option 4, to do all of those projects, and it's gonna be a lot of work to do, it's gonna, we're staffing up.
You're gonna need the 6 years to get
We're gonna
everything
need the
done.
6 years to do it. However, if we do leave some projects on the table and go with option 3 or 2, for example, we may want to rethink or consider having those on a 24 bond. And there may be other projects that could be considered as part of the future bond proposal, and I'll bring up one, just Longfellow. I'll point out that in scenario 4, we're getting, it's like $23 million. I'm sorry, it's 39.4 million under option 1. That would give us more than enough money to do Longfellow. That's one of those
So for
uses of future money.
the 2020 bond proposal, we want to replace 3 elementary schools in lieu of 1. What was the cost to just modernize the schools that those 2?
Modernize what?
The 3 elementaries that we want to replace instead of modernizing?
Okay, I have that here.
And I think our college modernizations new is better than those site plans and stuff.
So your question was, what would it cost to do the other 2?
No, it was-
So for projects that were in the 2020 bond proposal,
Yes,
you replaced 3 elementary schools in lieu of 1.
Right.
That costs $165 million.
right.
What would it have cost to just modernize this?
Oh, I see. So I don't have that information with me. I can tell you that we typically will go to a replacement instead of modernization, and the modernization costs exceed like 80% of the cost of building new.
Right,
And like Lowell Elementary, because of its levels, it's sort of, they need.
Well,
Actually,
Jackson's,
Jackson, the levels.
and there's no place anywhere in the building to put an elevator that hits all
also-
floors.
Yeah.
And many other reasons.
Yeah,
Right.
and there's
Many other
But
reasons.
it's just sort of, so we were talking, would we need a 2024 bond if we did option 4? Is the fact that we have the plan for elementary school 1919, and we would need to build it because of overcrowding. At some point, we need the new middle school. At some point, we need the new high school. At some point, we probably need to replace something else. It's like, I think I'd want to know what are the things that would go on in 2024 before I said we don't need a 2024 budget.
Certainly.
Second thing, with this levy, does this include the M&O levy?
Rates do, yes.
Not the
No.
dollar amount, but the
The dollar
rate.
amount is
tax rate.
only for the capital levy. The tax rates that we're showing assume that a general fund levy, M&O levy, is run and passes and is at the full amount that we're all. Okay, so let's, if you don't mind, I'm gonna give you another minute or so to think about the 3 questions and ask you to be ready to share out the answers. So I'll remind you, we're not gonna be voting
Yeah, no.
today. We are going to be asking you how this option could be improved. And the other thing I wanted to just mention real briefly, the discussion about a future bond, we could run a bond any year. We could run it 25, 26. So it doesn't have to be 24, it's just that's what we're using currently in our projections.
So between option 3 and 4, it's really, it would mostly like the high school modernization, is that what's missing, just looking at the list. So basically, option 4 is like everything else on the list,
Everything, option 4 is everything.
Everything on the list, yeah, but there are.
Option 3 is everything except for 2 elementary schools.
Oh, okay, so option 3 does include the modernization of the high school spaces.
It does.
It does.
Yes. I think that came in option 2.
Okay, that's.
It's the modernize and upgrades.
I was supposed to show that in the.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Okay. Thank you for being willing to share. I would, Director Mason, I'm thinking in terms of an order, we could go clockwise from my direction. Director Berg, would you care to share out first? Just answer if you could share each of your answers succinctly stated for each of the 3 questions. We'll go around the table and then engage in conversation.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think option 4 is the best option as far as going to give staff guidance, but that said, it's going to be a really big pill to swallow to get it over the finish line, because it means basically, it seems like no matter where you live in a district, it's got $100 more per month, right? Like you're going to feel it in your family budget by about $100 more per month. And I know in the South End, at all end, it's going to be a big deal. The South End's going to say, where's our high school? Because that's just what everybody in the South End says. So there's that. But at the same time, what I will say is I like all the options, because now we're using our credit card instead of mortgage, right? So, and I think that's the right, and we talked about this, and I think our mindset has to flip to that the same way Seattle has, because I don't know that there's going to be a successful path forward for a bond, given a super, but that just doesn't feel like in the next few years something. So I think whatever we do, whatever option, we're going to have to stick to it and keep figuring out how to run things on a credit card instead of trying to hope for and cross our fingers that we'll get approved on mortgage. So 4 makes the most sense, but I would say once that pill is swallowed, we will not get, voters are going to be like, no to everything. We won't get a bond passed, like, at all. Like, even if we have it, it won't matter. It's not going to pass because people are going to be like, whoa, this is $100 a month. So just being mindful that it might take a minute before we get something past voters if we can get that done. But honestly, I'm good with any of the options because it starts us down the path of getting some of these big projects complete. So I think, I don't know how the option can be used. I don't know the answer to that. I like all of the options.
And I am leaning more towards option 3, because I feel like it gets the most without everything. So it's not like we're taking too much of the pie with looking at that dollar amount, because one of my things with property values going up so much, and even though, but these are dollars that I'm saying too, incomes have not gone up at the same rate that property values have gone up, and so if our taxes go up higher than incomes have gone up, and you know, with the recession and a lot of people, you know, still trying to recover, I just am concerned with an expectation because your house has a high value, you can therefore afford high taxes. I don't like that assumption. And so that's why I kind of like option 3, because I feel like the change is not as drastic as 4, but then you're getting a lot more for a little bit more between 2 and 3. I feel like. So I'm leaning on 3.
So, rough math. If we did did option 4, but we removed, the replacing 3 elementary schools. That would save us about half of that bond, right? So
That's
that-
option 2, I think.
No, because
No.
we're throwing in the Clean Buildings Act, because at some point we're gonna run up against a penalty wall of that with the state and all these other things, that those need to be done. But if we took that out, it would take our total levy amount down to 278.3, so, 278 million. And then we could run those 3 elementaries as a separate bond in 2024. And that might spread the pain out enough to make it a little bit easier to swallow, and a lower bond amount. You know, if you're only running a bond for $135 million, that might be easier to pass than a $350 million. So that was my thought, because I definitely, when we were Clean Building Act stuff, want to do everything we need, but I know if my taxes go up, and I'm paying, $400 more a year in taxes, that puts a big dent. So, not that it's not worth it, it's just, there's only so much money coming in. That's the balance in my books.
Well, looking at my first one is, are you then proposing to use the SCAP money for the high school modernizations? Essentially, if you were to go with option 3, and that's where we're leaning at, is that the SCAP money would generate $21.2 million. And the money that we're looking at for the high school modernization and the placement for the elementary school and the auto shop run at $39.4 million. Are you basically looking at using SCAP money for the high school projects?
Or is the 86 include those high school projects? 86 includes the high school projects.
Okay, so I'm looking at option 3, and one of the reasons why I'm looking at option 3 was because it's less, just shy of 300 million over 6 years. The property tax rate is less than 5, so you're still in that category where it's less than 5. And I'm very concerned about the high school projects and want those completed. I understand that you would be looking at the elementary schools, Jackson especially. That's important because Jackson has been needing, it's not even ADA compliant in that neighborhood.
It's, the 3 schools all, to me, are, equally in need.
They are.
It's a hard one.
Jackson has disabled kids and they have no elevator. I mean, you have to
go up steps to get into the school.
Exactly. Unless you go on the, all the way on the end and then go through, but still you have steps inside. So I'm looking at that option 3.
Well, I'm not sure there's a good option. That's what I'm struggling with. I think that regardless of the option we choose today, unless it's option 1, we're basically increasing taxes. And it has become increasingly difficult to pass bonds in the environment that we're in. And I think one of the reasons why, and a significant reason why, is taxes keep increasing. And it's not just the school, it's all taxing authorities are asking voters for more, and people who even want to be supportive of schools are finding that the taxes are a roadblock to them. I do not, at this point in time, personally, having seen and worked on bonds and levies the last, decade, that passing a bond is, it's definitely not a guarantee, but it's not even an easy thing. And the legislator doesn't have appetite to change it to 50%. We've worked on that and tried that, and it's just even with the makeup of the legislature today, it's still probably not a conversation that's going to be picked up for any time soon.
We need to see the majority.
Yeah.
So we need to see the majority in the House and Senate.
Yeah.
You know.
And we're also in a world right now where there's, and I'm digressing a little bit off the topic, but there's more polarization in politics right now. And people are holding firmer to their party beliefs, and taxes play into that. It's a reality. We can say we're a school and it shouldn't be that way. We're educating kids, but it is a reality. And so I just don't have a lot of faith in passing a bond anytime soon. We can try, and certainly not in 2024. And I appreciate the smaller bond because that might be more palatable, but that 60% is just such a hurdle, even in a district where we had such great support. We were so close this last time, but we are starting to fail more bonds than we are passing bonds. and that's a trend statewide. So, so it pains me, but, and we had community members say, just do what they do in Seattle, run a levy, a big levy, and we're gonna kill it to taxpayers. So, if we're truly not looking at, potentially running a bond, if we went with this and, we're 6 years out before Madison even gets looked at for a modernization, and it's already past due, way past due. We're just pushing everything down the road. And so, as painful as it is, I'm leaning towards option 4. And saying we're gonna take the 6-year levy, we're gonna do all the projects that failed, that were part of the failed bond, and reassess our capital program in 2030 and see where the world stands and where tax rates and home values are.
Well, especially, it's a good point too, though, that this includes an assumption of that 300 million. So if we decide 2024 is not right, this will all go down just a little bit because we're not going to run anything in 2024.
Is that correct?
Yes, and, yes, it is, just what you said, and, our plan is whichever option we end up, arriving at a consensus on today, we'll bring back specific tax rate projections and dollar tax rate projections for that scenario with all of the updated revised assumptions, including, if we wanted to assume, for example, no future bond, then we could bring the lower tax rates in for you as well.
I don't know if this is a question for you or Jeff, but when they do the estimates on the taxes for future years, do they do some kind of anticipation of new units, homes, condos, things like that?
It's sort of built into that 2% package out. Really what's more important, you're going out to the bridge of the vision, you're going out every 5 years, is just to make sure you're building the past 2 years. So we always keep those costs out. So it is built in.
So new capacity is built into the increasing.
Part of the
Yeah. It's just, it so pains me that we can't pass bonds because it's just such a better and more affordable way to build capital projects. And I wish our community better understood that last vote.
Well, just another hiccup in all of this with the 2027, 2028, whatever it was, tax cuts where they limited SALT deductions. I don't know how many homeowners in this my financial planner says every single solitary homeowner like me paid tens of thousands of dollars in more taxes, federal income taxes, because I cannot deduct everything anymore. And so if my tax rate goes up, my federal taxes go up as well. So it's just, my effective rate goes up, and so it's.
I didn't understand the connection of.
Because your SALT taxes are where you can deduct your state and local taxes, they limited that for
When you've got
in the 2017-18. So my husband and I and many others, you pay more taxes because you can't deduct as much. So that if suddenly I'm getting taxed again, I'm just concerned what it's gonna, it is just, it's a hiccup to a lot of homeowners. And
I think that's one of the reasons why I look at, I saw option 4, which would have been everything that we couldn't pass in our 2020 bond. And people will still remember that, and then they might say, you're putting the same thing out on the table again. We told you, even though the majority told us yes, we couldn't pass it with 60%. But this way, looking at it with option 3, it's less than 300, it's less than $5 tax rate. It's not the same thing. We did rethink it, we did bring it down, but we took a look at what was most important. And we did get one elementary school in here that definitely needs to be brought up and modernized. Maybe, just maybe, and we're doing a levy, 50% we can get, hopefully, we can get that, and our public may say, okay, yes. But giving them the same thing that we put out before might hurt us. And so that's one reason why I went to option.
Is it the same? It sounds like the larger projects are the same, but there's been some adjustment. You mentioned some projects have been able to be done.
There are some adjustments to the package, but essentially the reason that we've used the 2020 bond package as the kind of the option for full package deal was to include everything in there, and the other scenario 1, 2, and 3 are just portions of that. But the package that we bring to you in October would have the adjustments that we know we need to make to that. What I wanted to let you know was that the total dollars were the amounts indicated in the footnote at the bottom of those slides. So I'll review. For the first 3 scenarios, we're adding $10 million to the total amount. The 4th scenario is the same concept. And also, in addition, remember, we would be eligible and fully expect to get that school construction assistance funds on top of that. So having said that, one thing I'd like to do is just kind of summarize where I think we are. We're not yet at that consensus, but we're working there. I did want to let you know one thing though. I think I misstated something earlier. Option 3 is the same as option 4, except for it does not include 2 elementary schools. It also does not include the 36 new elementary school classrooms.
Oh,
in option 3.
that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is. So we would be building in option 3 additional classrooms at those 3 elementary schools. No, not just the one, Jackson Elementary. So yeah, so option 3 really doesn't have much new elementary school space.
It doesn't address our overcrowding.
So,
Correct.
Andrew, from option 4, what did you remove out of option
just
4 to get
removed-
us down to 300?
I just removed the 3 elementary schools. So I went back up to the top and just started adding everything. Looking at the projects in the 2021 proposal. So basically, if we took out those 3 elementary schools, it's $165 million.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And if you subtract that from the 317 at the bottom of so each then 152, you have the 30 in back in for the clean buildings, energy, and then 96 in for the technology, and I think it's 278, which is kind of between option 2 and
Yeah.
3.
All that clean already in there.
Well,
Kind of
actually,
between, yeah.
one thing,
Andrew, we would do the same kind of analysis, but we would probably start with the total of option 4 and then back things out. The reason is, we have adjusted, in all these scenarios to include some things that we know will be different now as opposed to 2 years ago. For example, even the escalation on the cost of the 2020 bond developed in 2019, we have to add escalation on that. So I'm just letting you know. And another one, for example, is we have coolers and freezers, bleachers, reader boards, things like that, that we know we need to address that weren't evident 2 years ago. So I'm just saying, we will bring all that back to you, that our proposal would start with option 4 and then subtract things. So if you want to do everything that was on the bond and not 3 elementary schools, I think your figure of 165 million is about right. Subtract that from the total of option 4. So there's one more comment I'd like to make. And then I'll summarize. The idea of using credit card versus mortgage, I would rather use paycheck rather than, because in a levy, we're not borrowing money, there's no interest paid at all. On a credit card, you pay interest.
It's like your debit card.
Yes, debit card.
Debit card.
Better way.
I have one question. How much are the Easter funds paying for improvements to HVAC?
They're paying for some, and we are including that in some of the adjustments that we're making to these numbers. And we've also we've proceeded with some of this work too. For example, the synthetic turf at Memorial Stadium is on the 2020 bond proposal list. We are doing that next summer with SCAT money, because we can't wait, it's going to be unsafe for us.
I have a question for
So
option.
that's an example of some adjustments that we did.
So to me, there's a big leap between option 3 and option 4 in dollars. But what if, because, and we have a need for more classrooms, see our class sizes down. It looks like the classrooms are only about $30-something million.
Yes.
Adjusted, whatever, to add, so it makes it 310, which is just a little bit over the bond, but we get a whole lot more than what the bond had, except for the 2 other elementary schools, because we get the clean air, the technology, all that other stuff. It would be a little bit more than this, but we get more.
So option
3 plus the classroom.
got it, okay. So let me try to run through where I think we are at. I have, option 4 is the best.
Well, so with the caveats, I think I'm kind of in agreement with where everybody else is landing, which is like a beef option 3, but I guess my caveat is though, once we pass this, like, are we good with this, period? I don't know that we're gonna get anything else passed, capital levy, capital bond, quite
For a
some time.
while.
For a
And that's-
long
and-
time.
And that's why, so I 100% agree with you, Pam, about how voters want to see something different and want to know that we've been deliberative and we didn't just ignore them. At the same time, the voters that vote yes for these bonds and levies are going to still vote yes, whether it's option 3. That's just my gut. They're not going to say, oh, this was $100 too much, this was too much. And I mean, this is our one swing at the max. So that's why I was leaning towards option 4. I'm like, as much as it pains me, and I agree, it's too much money, it's going to be a hard sell. But whenever we get across the finish line, it might be our only shot for a while, and this gets us everything we want. But to your point, we definitely have to retool the messaging, right? Because in tonight's point, we've taken some stuff out, we've added some stuff in. It is different than what we presented. So that's
I agree with you about people who passed the bond or voted yes for the bond last time will vote yes again.
Yeah.
The only concern I do have is the timing is different in that the pandemic and the people that were unemployed for a while. There were a large number of people that were unemployed. There still are a large number of people who are now resigning from one job, going to another, realizing work at home, and the income level, the finance levels have changed. And so there's still that uncertainty. And even though they voted yes at where it was before, they may be very timid or less tempted to vote yes because their finances may be different.
we can dip by 8%.
And so being such a large number, I'm a little concerned about that. in trying to make sure that we, like you say, I don't believe the bond is going to pass in any time in the future. Are we good with this?
Yeah,
Yes.
whatever we do, I think we need to be good with.
Yes.
That's where my brain is.
I agree.
can
I
get to
agree
consensus.
that I have no appetite for a bond 2 years later if we're going out for a large
Whatever we do, that's it.
capital
So,
levy.
yeah, so going off of what you said, just take those 3 schools out, it brings us back to 289 total, so it's more in line with option 3. You're getting everything but those 3 new schools, in that option.
So those new schools we would not probably consider those new schools that for replacement until even 30, and then the work wouldn't begin until after that. And I will also share with you, so I've attended several bond and levy seminars, where they provide information on trends and what's messaging well, what projects are popular with constituents and things like that. And one of the things that is continually showed is, when districts run bonds and it fails, and then they drop the amount, hoping that changes mind, that they're being sensitive, tax sensitive to voters, it almost never passes again. And it's often not about the dollar amount, it's about the projects that are in and what they mean for the students. So now, with that said, taxes going up is a big sensitivity. So so you got kind of both there, which that's why I'm like,
Talking about a $160 million difference between these two. And the other thing that's homeowners that I always worry about is you've got a lot of people that barely afford rent. And then we jack the prices up on the landlord, guess where that's gonna go down to? So, there's more than just homeowners, there's more than just my pocket. I mean, I will survive a $400 a year tax increase, it will be pretty, I will survive it, I think it's something worth doing for my family. But there's many people in the city that are not as fortunate.
I was just gonna say, this, just to kind of, something to think about as we're thinking about messaging and our next swing at the bat. I mean, other districts are also, in parallel, looking at new ways to house and educate students, right? So before the pandemic, a good example is North Shore, where they bought or leased part of Canyon Park, because they knew they were going to pass another bond after they got North Creek. And so they were, Dr. Reed was like, look, no one's gonna give us any more money, we gotta figure this out. So they went over to Canyon Park, they said, let's figure out space for 200 kids. And my understanding of that day was they walked in and they said, okay, we can put up some new tables, new chairs, make it all student friendly. And she's like, no. She's like, keep it the way it is. We're gonna run it as is, we're gonna run school out of here, and we're gonna do it in a very economical way, because we've gotta figure out how to start doing small cohorts that can get kids, maybe 200 kids or something like that. And, one by one, because we're not gonna get another big, huge high school built, even though that district, much like ours, could use another big, huge high school. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if we get this next swing, we gotta figure out what are we gonna do with those kids at Jackson, have a narrative for the parents, say, look, we're looking at alternatives, we're looking at, different things. And I think I see Darcy back there, and we looked at that old Kmart, remember, we were like, wouldn't that be a great space? I mean, and we didn't say it like seriously, but it was like, this is a great space, it's a lot of land, it's a lot of usable space that you could put folks in to educate them. What's that?
They knocked it down.
I know, right, that train is out, but there's a lot of good commercial leasing space open, especially right now, and as educators and as a district, we might wanna start thinking like that. That would be a good narrative to the voters when we go back and say, look, we're gonna ask you for this money, but here's our plan. We're not gonna keep coming back. We've got a plan, we know we're growing, here's how we're gonna grow, and we're gonna do it in a way that doesn't continually ask you for money.
So it sounds like we ran option 4, it's a matter of saying to voters of like, this is what we're gonna ask, but we're not gonna ask for anything more in the next 5 to 10 years.
And here's why.
Is that something that we can commit to?
well, we're gonna ask for more M&O levy 4 years later, or 2 years later, or whatever, so it's not, we're not asking for anything.
Yeah,
The capital,
Capital,
Yeah.
yeah, but we need
I
a
think
plan
four
for
is
capital.
just a little too much, I think, it's too, I think we gotta step back and look at this.
As long as we have a plan for those
It's-
kids, because there's not gonna
It's a
be.
lot of money. And so that's one reason why I said, I'd look at 3 and say, so holders, we're not going any further. We're gonna step back.
Are any of these projections, I know it's really fluid, but, like lumber prices and construction and material prices are starting to trend back down. Have any of these?
We're using 4% a year inflation or escalation on construction costs. I can tell you, it's unpredictable.
Yeah.
Who would have guessed lumber prices?
It's always cheaper to build in a recession.
We are also experiencing,
Now with the material shortage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Inflation.
we're also experiencing very critical supply chain issues with construction materials. So
It's recovering, yeah, it's recovering, and I think lumber prices, like construction lumber prices, have dropped 30% last.
Yeah.
And they're still trending down. It's like they're never gonna be pre-pandemic levels, but it's not gonna be $19 for a 2x4.
So to kind of get to where you were going, I wouldn't say that we are overly stating at 4%. In fact, I would be a little concerned that maybe we're underestimating.
So what do you guys think about 3 and those extra classrooms, instead of going all the way to 4? So we can at least house our students. And Jackson gets the new elementary school because it's not ADA compliant, because it has lots of other issues. We know Madison and Lowell have to wait, but we're not waiting on all 3 elementary schools, but at least we're getting the classrooms.
Can you just give us an overview of why Lowell and Madison? I feel like, to me, Jackson's really top of mind. I've heard so much more about it in terms of ADA compliance and, the multiple stories and where the office is. I feel like I know less about, like, the only thing I've heard about Madison is concerns around the health of the air quality and environment, which I think is, some of that's been addressed a little bit with COVID, but yeah, why are those 2 on the docket?
Yeah, and what I can tell you is that we, in early 1990, so 1992, 94, right in there, we modernized 5 elementary schools, I think, Hawthorne, Lowell, Madison, Jackson. And so this group of schools was last fully modernized back then. But we didn't do at that time the job that we do today. So when I say fully modernized, we didn't go in and replace the entire HVAC system and all the plumbing. And so what I can say is that they're all at the end of their useful life, and we will be spending more and more money over time to maintain and repair those, because we have to use those for the house kids. I'll give you so I can't help you set a priority right now. I can provide more information, but about whether which of the 3 is the highest, except that every time I've asked that, Jackson Elementary has come up, and it has to do with the condition of the plumbing that's underground. Or, no, Jackson Elementary School, that's the one. In my office for about 6 months, around the time that we were running the 2020 bond, I had some pieces of water pipe that our maintenance crew had taken out and shown me as an example. This section was about 6 foot long, and it had like 3 or 4 repairs in it because the pipes are old and they're leaking. So basically, we have to continue to spend money to fix those problems at those schools, and they're just so old. So, Caroline, I can't tell you right now what the difference is between the other 2 schools. I could get that, but I don't have it.
Yeah.
I don't think we have consensus, so we do that.
Well, I would get closer if we could have a plan, like, so let's say we do, I think you're right, I mean, it's too much, it's a lot of money, option 4. But okay, so we don't do it now for the schools that aren't on there, and let's say we don't run another bond or capital levy until 2030, like what happens to those schools? I guess we have a plan for that.
That's like 10 years away before we catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Those
mean, but in the
schools.
meantime, we just keep housing students and keep kind of banding it. Is that
We-
gonna-
Yes, we would have to until it became an unsafe, unhealthy environment.
We would have to run a capital levy.
Yes.
And what's that? Oh, in 6 years.
Yeah, and those are built into our projections.
Mike, can you update staff on Madison, elementary and Lowell, so they know on that question, because.
Sure.
You know, we talked about some issues with those schools.
Yeah.
They need to know the facts, why,
I'll provide that.
the repair list, and how much we spend on repairs.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day too, we're very focused on tax sensitivity, which is really important, but we also need to be focused on the safety of our students. And, you know, we think about, you know, we as homeowners and the taxes that we have to pay, but we should be also thinking about we as parents and the school that you want to send your kid to. So if we had a disabled kid and we lived in the Jackson neighborhood, or, you know, there were some significant air quality, water quality issues at Madison, it's like, would you want to send your kid to school there?
But more than anything, this just makes me angry as a federal government.
I know,
And the
it's hard
state
not to
that-
vent right
that,
now.
like, you know, this is absolutely insane the way that we're trying to run the district funded. So, I mean, I'd love to be somewhere between 3 and 4, really would, but when everything's a priority, how do you pick?
I would also.
Like, I don't want to go to Madison Elementary after
So
we.
one thing we could do, I mean, we could bring option 4 back with the tax rates and tax dollar projections adjusted downward, with the assumption that we're not going to run a capital bond in 2024. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that the projections we're looking at for tax rates and dollars is going to be much closer to scenario 3 than scenario 4. Yes, you'll have scenario 3, almost scenario 3 rates for the scope in scenario 4. In addition, you'll be receiving that SCAP funding with scenario 4.
Which is great, but, you know, that doesn't, it's not guaranteed that it doesn't help us now, right? So like, if it helped us offset these costs, or offset costs to owners, you know, the taxpayers, then I would be more excited about it. But I know it helps us
I'm
in the future.
excited, I'm a facilities.
Right.
But even though it's not required, and we could put a big huge asterisk on it, maybe if we could, like, for the bond, we have to say, well, we're gonna use this money, for the levy, we don't, but maybe we could, a tentative list with a big huge asterisk that this is flexible, so we will go to the highest priority, but put some things on there that are the next highest need, that our fields and the things
We would, yes.
that people would, so they could see it's this and.
Yeah, it also maybe allows us to, you know, talk about not running a bond in 2024, that will essentially help with some of the projects that are gonna come up in the next 6 years, because, you know, if you approve something now, it's for the next 6 years, and all of a sudden, there's no additional funding in those 6 years for things that happen and projects that come up, and those need to be covered too.
And to your point about Seattle, this debit card versus credit card or mortgage, it's 6 years from now, if this is successful, that gets us Hawthorne and 19, and, you know,
We're
then,
running it again in 6 years.
yeah.
I can't even think that far in advance, I
I
can't figure it out today.
Who said 3?
I said 3.
Who said 4? Okay. Can any of the 4s go to 3? Or
Yeah,
not?
oh yeah, I mean, I'm
I
not.
can go to 4.
It's like a
and I'm
targeted
happy better.
selections process that we use when we talk about things. I was asking if where the 4s are.
I just need
I'd
that.
like to see the final numbers on
Yeah,
4, if
that's-
we're talking about coming in
I'd
a
like to
little
see them
closer
too.
to 3,
Yeah,
that far out, because You know, to the point that we keep making,
I think
if we
we-
do this, we're done for a while. We are not
Yes.
going back to voters in a couple of
This
years.
is it.
Yeah.
But I
We can't
also
go
think
back to
we
the
have,
crop.
we should, and I think it would help us get anything passed, coming up with a narrative for our South End. Because even if we don't live in the South End, they're like, you need a new high school, you need to, so like, let's just like, you know, maybe the SCAP fund, something, coming up with something creative, that's like, look, we could house 300 kids doing, you know, the tech pathway that we have, doing, you know, in an unconventional way, and here's some plans and or whatever, just starting to think outside the box, knowing that we're not gonna be able to release that pressure, but just so that voters know that we're not always thinking, oh, we need a $300 million high school or bust. Because right now, that's been kind of the messaging, and the busing's helping, but it's not for the kiddos who are there and the families who are there. It's not immediate help. It doesn't, you don't feel any different at Jackson based on this new year, since so much space in. But give them something to dream about, is like, would help getting this across, and then also knowing that we're gonna focus on relieving the pressure down there.
Can we build a high school for 39?
No.
It's a $300 million proposition.
So can we see 3, and then the reimagined 3 and the reimagined 4? For those of us that are leaning 3 and those of us that would want to lean 4? The 4 with the actual taking numbers.
So, let me see if, make sure I understand. What I'm hearing is, that we need to come up with an adjusted tax rate and tax dollar projections for scenario 4. Straight out. That's all.
With no bond, without running the bond.
Yeah, correct. Without running the bond in 2024. And I think you're gonna find the rates and the dollars are very close to scenario 3 right now. I'm gonna do that,
Okay.
and I'll provide that to you.
Okay.
I did want to make a quick comment. I can cover this again with you, but right now our projections show that we do not need a new high school within the next 5 to 6 to 8 years.
It's a busing scenario.
Yes, we solved that. for the
Because
time
we
being.
I mean,
shifted
it's-
people.
But it's
No,
still,
I know, it
it's
still
a ways down the
feels-
road.
Yeah.
So the other thing is, I'm not hearing a consistent message about what the second scenario would be to bring back to you. And so if we could, let's focus on scenario 4 and say, what other scenario, if there is one, would you want me to give you information on?
I'd like to see 3 and classrooms.
Like,
I'd like-
can you think, so 3 in classrooms, okay. So remember, the elementary school replacements added classrooms at those schools too.
Yeah, but then there are other classrooms that,
Yes,
on top of the, so if we're
Correct.
doing one elementary school, we still need classrooms. And we're adding a certain pod in a
Yes,
bunch of
right.
schools.
okay,
So that's what I would like to see is 3 and classrooms.
okay, so 3 and classrooms and running a bond in 24.
No bond,
No bond.
no bond,
No bond in 24?
no.
Yes, that means this, once you get those.
I think
schools
we're
that-
all in agreement, no bond in
Yeah,
2024.
but that doesn't mean that
It's
those
just
schools
not,
stay
if-
where they stay.
because we're weighing between 3 and 4, we're clearly going out for a
For
larger
a larger number.
capital levy, regardless of where we land
Yeah.
that.
I'm gonna hold a big sale.
And then-
So,
Now my question is, Andrew, do you feel like your scenarios are covered, or is there something different? Or
I mean, to me, there's just no easy answer, and so I was trying to game plan play with things and do, well, what else could we do? You know? That was just the three elementary schools were just the big ticket item. That was easy to kind of cut and see what those numbers are like, but elementary is almost kind of what matters most, you know, as far as like getting kids into the district and so it's just, there's no good answer. I'm just trying to pick the
welcome to
easiest
school board
number.
work.
You're at 3.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if 4, if your estimation is that 4 gets us down to 3,
That's
and you're
ideal.
taking out those classrooms, the schools got us just a little bit above 3,
It was below two.
it was below 3, so maybe that's.
Well, that's your
that
consensus,
was-
if your 4 goes to 3, it's a consensus.
Right. Yeah.
The concern I have too is also dollar, you said rates, you could bring it down to rates. My issue is dollars as well, because people will see that. And they knew that we went out with our 2020 at 417. And I was looking at the 290 million for 3 with the SCAPs of 21. that's a little over 3, and I could see people saying, hey, it's not 417, it's even less than 4, it's 300, so that's one of the reasons why I was looking at 3, as well as what we were doing. So the rate was below 5, $5 per thousand, as well as the dollar figure was less than 300.
But do you like the idea though, if he's able to get, because we're taking up the bond, might get us close to
If he
3?
gives, if he can get the dollar as well as the rate, because people will be looking at that. That'd
You
be
feel you
fine.
have
I think
your
scenario
direction?
4 with the updated projections, without a 2024 bond, are going to reduce the rates and the dollars down to just above scenario 3 levels,
Okay.
I think. And we'll put that together and put it together for you. We'll also look at the other option, which is scenario 3.
I think, if you can get me down to 3, then I don't
Okay.
think I need that.
We'll get close.
Okay.
But like I said, we'll develop that. Send it to you. And I think we've reached our consensus.
And you'll get that to the board.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
It is a pleasure working.
God, that was
with you all.
making sausage.
That's good, that's what it's about.
You did it, that was, you took all of our.
That's what it's about.
Oh my gosh, we're just a little over time.
We're a lot of time.
Actually, I'll be happy to get it.
Yeah, we kind of missed the mark on some of these items.
We're pretty much on time.
Quite often I hear about.
We're pretty much
resources
on
that are done, and I wish we could do that. I'll just say.
Yeah, I know, and I can have a show, I know, but, the other thing is that property in Mill Creek, the city's always asking, hey, what do you guys do with it?
They love that, and I'll tell you, anyway.
Oh, the contracts?
And this is gonna be making money as like, off that land with it.
I know.
I mean, that's, and so I'm not going, okay, I was, we didn't do too bad of a job on that.
Yeah. Exactly.
So maybe we could think about something like that for Mill Creek.
What's that? Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Pardon me?
People have already left. We all got caffeine and chocolate, don't worry.
Okay, Kathy and chocolate, we are amped, we're ready to go. So Kathy sent around a packet, it doesn't have a paperclip with it, but what we thought we would do, and Sarah's joining me because she played an integral role in updating and revising the interlocal agreements. But what we really want to do for the time that we have here, and it may expedite our time in terms of just processing any information or summary information, allowing you all to have the discussion really about a few remaining things before this is on the agenda on Tuesday. I thought we would take 5 minutes or so just to kind of take an at a glance, look at what these contracts are and what they have inside. None of this is going to surprise you because we highlighted this on July 1, and then in 2 previous board presentations, we sort of saw the runway to House Bill 1214. And really 1214 is what's driving the revisions in a lot of it. So if you just look at the at a glance, I'll go through this quickly. The sort of preamble rationale to all of the agreements are what's found in 1214, which is this is about safety and security of students and staff. The program being both preventative and proactive, and then serving as a positive resource for students, staff, and parents, and that comes right out of the bill. I won't go to all of the 13 or so training modules, but highlighted on July 1 that the training modules resembled the previous RCW on training with several additions, particularly restorative justice principles and practices. The big part about that is who's actually doing the training. So the ESD, Educational Service District 189, is actually taking on that responsibility. In fact, we just got an email, I think it was today, that actually saw something from Larry Francois, but the ESD. So they are, and no knock on them at all, but and not surprisingly, they are just getting ramped up on assessing their capacity and personnel to actually pull together the trainings and then monitor the completion of those trainings. But we have confirmed per the previous RCW, we will continue to confirm when our SROs have completed those trainings. Data collection and reporting, just to kind of jog our memory recollection on that. The new House bill requires the aggregate number of safety and security staff, and I forgot to mention at the top, the House bill expanded the notion of what safety and security staff is. So while the previous language was exclusive to SROs, they expanded it to include SROs and other safety and security personnel. So the data collection and reporting out by way of OSPI on an annual basis will include the total number of safety and security staff working in the districts, so kind of the demographic information there, the name of the law enforcement agencies. The third bullet there, a description of each incident where safety and security staff were involved that resulted in student discipline, use of force against a student, or student arrest. So we're all set up with that in our district. We're set up with the ability to be able to disaggregate and collect that information. The number of complaints filed against safety and security staff. So all of those things are going to be published through OSPI. Again, that mechanism it has not yet been established, but they will, and it will probably resemble the things that we need to report through OSPI around weapons and other discipline-related and or incident-related issues that we've been doing for a long time. Right? So there are annual reports that we do, and this is my bet is that OSPI is going to just build an arm of what they already have. Policy and procedure language expanded again to include safety and security personnel. On the flip side of this at a glance here, continues to emphasize positive building relationships and understanding of roles distinct from administrators. And so I've illustrated what that looks like in the last several presentations to the board. on ensuring that people know their role, that SROs are not taking on, and this, again, this is not a new development, but this is a way to reinforce that administrators have the exclusive purview of school discipline, and that's their role and responsibility as distinct from SROs or any security personnel for that matter. And includes a complaint process, which we already had in place. The agreements, as you know, are to be annually reviewed going forward, so there will be no such thing as we in the last go around. We have had 3-year agreements. We will no longer have 3-year agreements. We'll have just 1-year agreements. We will have a say in hiring and placement process, but ultimately the agency will have that jurisdiction to hire and evaluate, but we will be able to inform and influence that process. And historically, we've been on hiring process as well. OSPI, by way of ESD, confirms training requirement completion. And then, as we've mentioned several times, we have a viable, ongoing community advisory we've put in place that contains staff, comprised of staff and parents and students, and we fully intend to continue. So, in a nutshell, you see the district costs there. The estimate, the only real asterisk, not asterisk, but the caveat here is that City of Mill Creek is an estimate right now. Jeff and particularly Jeff has been working directly with his counterpart. It's been difficult to connect with her at Mill Creek because of vacation schedules and so forth. That number is not likely to change substantively, but it may be subject to change.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
How many officers for the city of Everett?
We pay for 2 officers in the city of
And
Everett.
that's
We pay
about
for the
298.
high school. The city pays for the middle schools.
But that 298 is 2 officers?
That's correct.
And then is Mill Creek, is that now 2 officers?
That's 2 officers.
Okay, and then Snohomish County is 1?
That's correct.
Okay.
So you see you see the schools listed there, and then of course they support the feeder pattern elementaries as well.
Because I know that was something, Heather was an ad.
It was an ad within the last 2 years. Yeah.
The other thing I would mention with the city of Mill Creek is that 85% of what the total, I think that's what we've been paying, is 85% of the total cost. So their actual cost to Mill Creek is a little higher than this, but we pay 85%.
So the city has some skin in the game, so
That's my understanding, but they're in a little bit of a state of flux, as you can imagine, in the city of Mill Creek,
Yeah.
so,
On a number of different positions.
Yeah, it's on a number of
They have a new
different
police
stuff.
chief, and
the city finance person is brand new, so she's also, that's part of why these numbers are up.
okay.
So why is the sheriff's office like $20,000 more per officer than the city of Everett? Is it just their pay scale and the benefits that are being paid?
Pay scale, benefits, their collective bargaining agreements with their officers, I mean, they're all completely different from each other, so there's all sorts of things that go into that difference.
So is the car we bought them already paid for, or is it part of this, do we pay part of their car? I know there's a car issue between us and North Shore, or was Snohomish County.
this is not including that, and what they sent us does not include it.
Okay.
So, a few other pieces here, just anecdotally. So, mentioned at the July 1 meeting that we were going to put a couple things in place. We were going to put a comprehensive program evaluation in place, and we've identified the individual who will likely do that for us. His name is Doug Combs. He actually is a Harvard Data Fellow that we're contracting with for 2 years, working out of Captain Matthews Assessment Research Shop. His whole background is program evaluation. He's done nonprofit program evaluation, he's done higher ed, he's done K-12. We think he's probably the best suited to do the long-term study, which would include a deeper dive on the perceptual data pieces, the incidents, And the incidents related, those that lead to arrest that are, what we probably would all consider to be very, very extreme. Violent crime, drugs, those kinds of things, versus the things that SROs do on daily interaction and have nothing to do with arrest, that have everything to do with mitigation, problem and solution on a minor scale that is prompted by inherent concern, more preventative, classroom visits as prompted by the teacher to sort of unpack what it is that law enforcement does, thinking about the intro to law class or a social studies class. So that's the piece there with the longer term study. So this is queued up for the consent agenda on Tuesday. The question is if it should stay on the consent agenda. It's historically been on the consent agenda. Whether it should stay there or move to new business is one of the key questions. You've got these contracts there in hard copies, almost ready queued up in the Word docs.
And we had talked about maybe doing that kind of a student one, so
Yes,
it's a favorite one, and so yes, is that still kind of, that be on the table?
It is. In fact, thank you for reminding me. That's actually in the board docs. I forgot to mention that the other, yes. Students' rights, the form taught by somebody from the community. Absolutely. I wrote that in the description. I just forgot to mention it. Yeah, absolutely.
Something I wanted to mention too that I just remembered in the bill and something that we are already implementing is the bill requires every school to explain to their students at the beginning of the year what the roles of a safety and security officer are and how that fits into the discipline or non, in fact, they don't discipline. So the school is already aware of that, and also that's another piece of this implementation of 1214 is that there is specific intentional discussion with students about the roles of safety and security officers in their school.
Any questions or comments for Peter?
This timeline was very good, thank you.
Are all directors comfortable with consent agenda on Tuesday?
Not really. There's nothing that we can do between now and then until because we don't have any data from this program that is being because I'm not convinced that this is the way to go.
I will mention that if you are thinking about moving it off the consent agenda, then I would like to have an executive session with all of you before the meeting, so I can explain to you some of the legal risks about not having an SRO program. So I just wanted to throw that out there too, if you think as a board that this will be not a consent agenda item where you're just simply.
I think it's still going to be a consent agenda item because we need to comply with the law right as it is right now. But I would love that executive session.
Yeah,
just
I'm
to kind
happy
of
to
get
do
a full
that.
picture of
Before the August 21st meeting or
whenever
at
it's
any time?
convenient. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
I do appreciate though that the legislature did do SROs plus, because that was something we did at Wasden. Not every district in the state has local police, local sheriffs, and so they had to, some of them said, we can't put SRO on us if we can't get police here in time. So it was sort of nice to have that ability for districts to meet their own needs.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for being here and for waiting for us to finish.
Thank you.
This long
We were right on
Oh, yeah,
time.
45 minutes late now.
What's that?
Closing activity.
Thank you guys for your patience.
Yes.
Thank you.
We do a closing, thank you all, we do a closing activity at executive cabinet that I'd like to do. First of all, we did go over, but we had to go over this today, we've got a lot of topics, so I'm gonna ask you to stand real quick, okay, stand please, okay? And I'm gonna ask you two questions, it's called a launch, this is called a launch, we do this in executive, kind of launch, Launch, a launch, okay? Tell me why you love being a board member, and what did you get out of these 2 days? So what I do in executive cabinet is, what did you get out of an executive cabinet, and why do you want to serve children? That's our launch, and it'll change maybe to another week of different questions. So my questions to you today is, why do you love being a board director, and what did you get out of these 2 days? So I'll start first as the superintendent, I'll model, okay? I love being a superintendent because I can make change for every child, not just a few children, for the thousands and thousands, okay? And what I got out of these past 2 days is that we can work together and we can have some different opinions, but at the end of the day, your focus has always been on children, and it came very evident clearly these past 2 days, so thank you. I'll go to my right.
Ditto.
Come on, be
So
brave.
replace superintendent with school board
Come on,
director.
yeah,
She took my answer.
I know. You're gonna be struggling over there.
I know,
It needs to be really original. It's interesting because I never set sights on becoming a school board director until I actually almost was. And so mine is more of a reflection of being it. And I think, kind of aside from what you said, because that is probably my first answer, is just the ability to touch so many lives. It's 20,000 lives versus PTA is a couple hundred or whatever. But really, to me, I get a great sense of pride and fulfillment, actually, is a better word, of serving my community and knowing that I'm giving something back. To me, that's just something that's really important. What I got out of these last few days, first of all, it was so awesome to be here in person. We have not got to do this, and I can't believe it's been so long since the two of you have been on the board. That just having the personal interaction was just so great. And you did take a really good point. I think, one thing that I learned, on watching Andrew over there is these are tough choices. These are difficult decisions that we have to make. And I think we did a better job collectively than we ever could have done individually. That your input really helps shape and form my opinions and my decisions. And so thank you for that.
Why did I become a school board director? As you, I did not actually view that as what my end all be all.
Nobody says that when they say, what do you want to be when you grow up?
But my reasons for doing this is the hope that every student has the opportunity to reach their potential, what they think is their potential, and what they want to achieve, and that no one is standing in their way of getting to that particular point, and making sure we give them all the resources that are there for them to achieve them. And I guess there have been so many people that have been held back, and my goal is that I do not hold any kid back from reaching that. And what I got out of these 2 days is the understanding and the belief and the acknowledgement that we are all in it together and that we all have that same goal. That the biggest thing that we want is for our kids to succeed, and that we want to do this hard work in order to achieve that. So I'm very grateful for that collaborative effort on our part, that we may disagree, but we agree on one thing, is to getting the kids across that finish line and propelling them to the next.
The question is, what do we love about being a school board director? To me, what I love about it, what's been the most rewarding thing for me, has been sitting on that stage of commencement and seeing those kids, those young adults walking, especially when you see on their face that they didn't expect to be here, that this was not a place they ever saw themselves being, and they did it. We were a part of it. And what I've gotten from these last couple of days is just, you know, they're hard choices, but they're hard choices that we need to make together. And I'd rather be here making these hard choices than, you know, anything else.
And I feel sorry for you. Because I don't know if I can say it any better, the hard choices. I think the thing I like about being a school director, it's more than the PTA, as was said. It's the over 20,000 students, that almost 90,000 voters, that I think when we were talking about the bond today, we were thinking about those 90,000 voters and how they're gonna impact 20,000 students. And it's the hard decisions, but it's for the right reasons that we do this work. And this weekend, it is lovely that we're all together and have staff in a room, and we've had this on the dais, but not to sit around and have conversation, passionate, calm, clarifying conversation. But the pandemic is with us, and we kept the pandemic in mind. And we talked yesterday about how much we accomplished given the pandemic. And I am just so blankety blank excited for school to start and reopen with every part of my being, that kids are back in school and they're safe. It's just, I have just so excited, so much joy that we're gonna do it right.
So you guys didn't take all of it now. So I love being a school board director, and I'm a school board director for change. And I think for me, it's about the students, but also as a parent, I think when you realize that you're in a system that wasn't made by or for you, and how do you affect change without sacrificing your own students? And so school board service was how I chose to do that, because I knew the system had to change. I had to help it move forward, but I couldn't sacrifice my own kids' education, i.e. constantly going back and forth with principals and teachers and counselors. So I said, this is a better way to be a thought leader in the educational space to help all students, so not just my family. And that seems to have worked, compartmentalizing it like that as a leader. That said, this last 2 days have been incredible. You guys are all amazing. The biggest takeaway for me is just how energized I get from the organic discussions that we have. We haven't had a lot of that because of COVID, because of the way processes are, because our district as a whole is changing into kind of this kind of 2.0 district, right? So there haven't been a lot of organic discussions, and now we're having them. And so I kind of, I remember that was a dinner that we had at Anthony there, but it was, that was great, right? Like just sitting around, talking, getting to know each other, and now we're kind of full circle back here doing that as a full board, talking about kids, talking about the next year, not knowing what's coming up, but also seeing that we can do it together and that we can have a conversation. So this has been an incredible 2 days, really well planned and formatted, and I'm super excited for the next maybe mini retreat that we have, because I feel like it'd be great to do like a little check-in of us around the table, just saying, hey, how's everybody doing? That's where the real work, I think, gets done.
I think it's important to do this, to do a county, because you work with each other, you know each other, but you really know each other in here. Do you really know why Caroline wanted to be a board member, or whatever drives her out of house outside? It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
This is the line right here, okay? So we just do this after, that's our lunch, we do this. And I want you guys to have a great day. Tracy, did you gotta ask me a question about the attestation?
Oh, yeah, we got an email for staff attestation for the flu vaccine, and so I wondered, should we as directors do the same thing to show, because I am vaccinated, to show I am with the staff?
Because there's no law to that, so.
I don't know, because we
Yeah.
don't have HR stuff, like
We
really
don't-
for payroll.
I know, I ignore all that
We
stuff
don't
because of my background.
do that.
Yeah, that's
But I'm
my
just,
hill.
I'm wondering if we could,
Absolutely.
to
I'll
show
work
we
on
are with
that.
the staff.
I'll work on that. Madam Chair, do you want to close this out?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for your time. I know we missed the mark a little bit on a few of the items today, but I felt like the discussion was really valuable and really good. So thank you again for everyone. I feel like everyone contributed to the discussions over the last 2 days, which is awesome because some of us are chattier than others. So I appreciate that and look forward to starting. This is actually, our next board meeting is our last board meeting of the school year. It feels like we're starting the school year, but we're not. We're gonna wrap it up and then move on from there. So we will look forward to seeing you all next Tuesday.
Tomorrow. It's
Graduate.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Congratulations.
I won't be there.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I shall.
I'll be there.
Tomorrow.
And it's
Graduation.
gonna be at
We're done.
the Civic
Yes, ma'am. Civic auditorium.